Hello and welcome to Sleepy Science. What if the world you trust every second is not the world itself, but a carefully edited version your brain allows you to survive inside? What if solid objects are not truly solid? Colors are not really out there. Sound is only pressure before it becomes meaning. And even the present moment you feel so clearly has already been processed late by the time you notice it. In this journey, we'll move beneath the calm surface of ordinary life and uncover the strange rules hiding inside everything you think you understand. From touch, heat, motion, gravity, light, time, space, atoms, DNA, memory, consciousness, probability, chaos, and the hidden patterns that repeat across nature. These are not fantasy ideas, not exaggerated science myths, and not tricks made to sound mysterious. They are real principles from physics, biology, neuroscience, and cosmology. Principles that reveal something unsettling and beautiful. Reality does not become simple because it is simple. It becomes simple because your senses, your brain, and your body translate it that way. The floor beneath you, the air around you, the light entering your eyes, the warmth on your skin, the memories inside your mind, and the body you call you are all built on rules far stranger than everyday life admits. So if you are ready to see the ordinary world become unfamiliar again, tap like, hit subscribe, and step quietly into the mystery with me. Because the deeper we look at reality, the more it seems that normal life is not the opposite of the impossible. It is the impossible working so smoothly that you stopped noticing. Reality is not what your senses report. Before you trust the world in front of you, pause for a moment and ask a quiet, uncomfortable question. How much of it are you actually receiving, and how much of it is being translated for you before you ever get the chance to know it? You open your eyes and the room feels immediate, reliable, complete. The table seems simply there. The distance between you and the wall seems obvious. The shape of your hand, the softness of the air, the presence of another person beside you. All of it arrives with such confidence that you rarely doubt it. But your senses are not windows made of clear glass. They are narrow instruments, built by evolution to help a fragile body survive long enough to move, eat, avoid danger, and recognize what matters. They do not report reality as it is in itself. They report a useful version of reality, a shortened message, a practical summary, a livable translation. And this is where the strangeness begins. Because the world you experience is not the full world. It is the world after your body has selected from it, compressed it, ignored most of it, and shaped the rest into something your mind can use. Around you right now, there are forms of energy, signals, vibrations, chemical traces, magnetic changes, and tiny physical processes that are completely real, yet completely absent from your normal experience. Radio waves pass through rooms without becoming visible. Infrared radiation carries warmth without appearing as a picture. Ultraviolet patterns exist on flowers that many insects can detect, while human eyes move through the same garden unaware of that hidden layer. Some animals sense electrical fields in water. Some birds use Earth's magnetic field as part of navigation. Dogs enter a room and read a history of smell that you could stand inside forever and never notice. None of these worlds are imaginary. They are not separate dimensions in a fantasy sense. They are ordinary reality, but tuned to channels your senses were never built to receive. So when you say, the world looks like this, what you really mean is, the human version of the world looks like this. And that is a humbling sentence, because it means your certainty has always been smaller than reality. Your senses give you enough to act, not enough to know everything. They are like a simple dashboard inside a machine far too complex to see directly. The dashboard does not show every wire, every gear, every calculation, every pressure change inside the engine. It gives you speed, warning lights, direction, and fuel, because that is what helps you keep moving. In the same way, your experience gives you objects, distances, surfaces, movement, and meaning. It hides the overwhelming depth underneath. It does not show you atoms, fields, wavelengths, molecular activity, microscopic motion, or the countless signals your body filters out every second. And this filtering is not a mistake. It is mercy. If your mind received everything at once, the world would not feel more real. It would become unlivable. You would drown in detail. Every surface would be a storm of activity, every breath a chemical report, every room an ocean of invisible signals. So your nervous system simplifies. It turns complexity into a scene. It turns too much into enough. It gives you a world that feels stable, because stability is useful. It gives you a world that feels familiar, because familiarity keeps fear from burning through every moment. But beneath that calm surface, reality is never as simple as it appears. The chair beneath you is not chairness in some pure form. It is a structure your mind can recognize, a useful category placed over matter arranged in a certain way. The face of someone you love is not just a face. It is a flood of signals your brain organizes into identity, emotion, memory, safety, longing, or distance. The road ahead is not a complete report of the environment. It is a navigational surface shaped by what your body needs to do next. This is why perception is not passive. You are not a camera quietly receiving the universe. You are a living interpreter, standing between the outside world and your own inner experience, constantly turning raw physical contact into something meaningful. And because meaning is involved, perception is always shaped by the needs of the creature perceiving. A fly does not experience time and motion exactly as you do. A bat does not need the same kind of world you need. A shark, a bee, an owl, a dog, and a human may share the same physical planet, yet each lives inside a different practical reality, because each body asks different questions of the same universe. Where is food? Where is danger? Where is shelter? Where is a mate? Where is the path? The answer depends on the senses asking. This means reality is not smaller than you thought. It is larger. Your senses are not lying in the way a person lies. They are not trying to deceive you. They are doing something more subtle. They are editing truth into usefulness. They are protecting you from the full force of the real by giving you the version you can survive. And once you understand this, ordinary life becomes quietly mysterious. You begin to feel the space between what is there and what you can notice. You realize that every moment is surrounded by an invisible remainder, a vast more that your body does not mention. The silence around you may be full of signals. The darkness may contain wavelengths your eyes cannot translate. The empty air may carry histories of movement, heat, scent, pressure, and radiation that pass through your awareness without becoming experience. You are not standing outside reality, but you are not standing in the whole of it either. You are standing inside a human doorway, looking through a human-shaped opening. And perhaps the deepest lesson is not that your senses are weak, but that they are specific. They give you a home, not a total truth. They give you a world you can walk through, love inside, fear inside, learn inside. But they also remind you that humility is built into perception itself. You should be careful with certainty. Careful with the feeling that what you notice is all that exists. Careful with the instinct to call something unreal, simply because your body cannot detect it directly. So as this journey begins, let the first strange truth settle gently. Reality is not what your senses report. What you experience is a translation, and every translation leaves something behind. The world is deeper than the scene in front of you, wider than the reach of your eyes, quieter and louder than your ears can know, richer than your body can summarize. And maybe that does not make life less real. Maybe it makes it more beautiful, because every ordinary moment is not a finished picture, but a small opening into a reality too vast to fit inside you. A reality that lets you live by showing you only enough, while hiding just enough to keep wonder alive. Solid objects are held apart by forces. The strangest thing about a locked door is not that it stops you, but that it stops you without ever becoming the kind of solid wall your instincts imagine. You push your hand against wood, metal, glass, stone, or the edge of a table, and the world answers with resistance. It feels absolute. It feels final. It feels as if matter itself is saying no. But deep beneath that simple sensation The no is not coming from hard little pieces packed tightly together like bricks in a box. It is coming from forces, invisible, restless, precise forces that keep one part of matter from sliding too easily into another. The door does not stop you because its atoms are tiny solid marbles touching the atoms in your skin. At the smallest level, the familiar idea of contact begins to dissolve. What holds the shape of the door? What gives the table its firmness? What lets the floor carry your weight is not a dead stillness inside matter, but an ongoing balance of attractions and repulsions, a quiet tension that never stops working. Inside every solid object, atoms are held in place by electromagnetic interactions. Their negatively charged electrons and positively charged nuclei arrange themselves into stable patterns, not randomly, but according to the rules of chemistry and quantum behavior. In a piece of metal, atoms share mobile electrons in a structure that lets the material conduct heat and electricity. In a crystal of salt, positive and negative ions hold each other in a repeating pattern. In wood, long molecular chains and fibers create strength through layered biological architecture. In glass, atoms form a rigid but disordered network. Different materials feel different because their internal bonds and structures respond differently when pressure is applied. Rubber bends because its long molecules can stretch and relax. Steel resists because its atoms are locked into strong metallic arrangements. Ceramic can be hard but brittle because its bonds resist deformation until cracks suddenly spread. Solidity, then, is not one simple property. It is a behavior. It is matter answering force with force. When you place a book on a desk, gravity pulls the book downward. But the desk does not simply allow the book to fall through. The atoms in the desk shift by an almost unimaginably tiny amount, their electron clouds pushed slightly out of their comfortable arrangement, and this distortion creates an upward response. The desk is not passive. It is pushing back, not with intention, not with life, but with the structure of matter itself. And this pushback travels through the material like a silent conversation between bonds, atoms, and fields, spreading the load until the object either holds, bends, or breaks. That is why a bridge can carry cars, why a chair can support your body, why a mountain can stand against gravity for millions of years, and why a sheet of paper can hold its shape until enough force folds it. Every solid thing around you is a compromise between forces pulling together and forces resisting compression. If attraction alone existed, matter would collapse inward. If repulsion alone existed, matter would never gather into stable forms. The world you can lean on exists because these forces reach a balance. Even the firmness of a simple stone is not the absence of movement, but the result of countless particles confined to stable arrangements, vibrating slightly, exchanging energy, and refusing to collapse into one another. One of the deeper reasons for this refusal comes from quantum physics. Electrons are not allowed to all occupy the exact same state in the same place. This rule, often called the Pauli exclusion principle, helps give matter its structure. It is one of the quiet reasons ordinary objects do not simply merge into a shapeless blur, but you do not need heavy mathematics to feel its consequence. You feel it every time your foot meets the ground. You feel it every time your fingers close around a cup. You feel it every time the world seems solid enough to trust. And yet, that trust is built on something far stranger than the word solid suggests. A wall is not a frozen block of pure substance. It is an organized field of relationships. A table is not just material sitting there. It is an agreement between forces, a stable pattern maintained moment by moment. If those forces were altered, the object would no longer behave as itself. Change the bonds, and wood becomes ash. Sugar dissolves in water. Metal softens in fire. Ice becomes liquid. Stone fractures into dust. Nothing solid is solid in an eternal sense. It is solid under certain conditions, at certain temperatures, under certain pressures, within certain balances. This is why the everyday world feels dependable, but is never truly simple. The spoon in your hand, the floor beneath your feet, the phone glowing beside you, the walls around your room, all of them are held together by invisible negotiations. They are not still monuments. They are active arrangements. And perhaps this changes the way you look at ordinary objects. The chair is not merely furniture. It is physics made calm enough to sit on. The ground is not merely ground. It is a vast structure of forces strong enough to carry your brief human weight. Even your own body, which feels separate from the world, is held together by similar principles. Molecules bonded, tissues structured, bones resisting stress, cells maintaining boundaries through electric and chemical forces. You are not living on top of matter so much as participating in the same hidden architecture. And that is the quiet wonder of solidity. It is not the world being simple. It is the world being incredibly complex in a way stable enough for you to forget. So the next time you touch a wall, lift a glass, walk across a room, or close a door behind you, remember that you are not meeting a dead, solid universe. You are meeting a universe held in balance by forces you cannot see. Forces strong enough to shape mountains, delicate enough to hold a snowflake, and constant enough to let your life feel ordinary. The world does not hold together because it is hard in the way your senses imagine. It holds together because invisible forces are always saying, gently but firmly, this far and no further. Your eyes receive light, not reality. Every time you open your eyes, you are not seeing the world itself. You are catching the light that escaped from it. That is the first quiet shock hidden inside vision. You look at a face, a window, a candle, a road at night, and it feels as though your eyes are reaching outward and touching reality directly, but they never do. Your eyes do not travel into the room. They do not touch the wall, the tree, the sky, or the person standing in front of you. They wait in darkness, inside your skull, for light to arrive. Some of that light comes from a source like the sun, a lamp, a flame, or a screen. Some of it bounces off objects before entering your eyes, and by the time it reaches you, it is already a messenger, not the thing itself. The object is not entering your mind. A small pattern of light is. That pattern passes through the clear front surface of your eye, bends through the lens, and lands on the retina, a thin living layer at the back of the eye filled with light-sensitive cells. There, the world becomes a biological signal, not a picture in the ordinary sense, not a tiny movie projected inside your head, but a storm of electrical activity created when light changes the behavior of specialized cells. Your retina is not just a passive screen. It begins processing information before your brain fully receives it. It notices edges, contrast, motion, brightness, and changes. It reduces the overwhelming flood of light into useful signals, then sends them through the optic nerve toward the brain. And here, the mystery becomes even stranger. There is a place in each eye where the optic nerve exits the retina, and that place has no light-detecting cells at all. It is a blind spot. You do not normally notice it because your brain fills in the missing parts so smoothly that absence becomes invisible. You walk through the world with holes in your vision, yet the world feels complete. This does not mean your vision is fake. It means vision is an active construction, built from evidence. The brain receives signals from both eyes, compares them, corrects them, combines them, and turns them into a stable scene you can move through. Each eye receives a slightly different view, and from that difference, your brain helps create depth. This is part of why the world feels three-dimensional. Even though the raw image landing on each retina is flat, your brain is constantly solving a silent puzzle. Where is this object? How far away is it? Is it moving? Is it safe? Is it familiar? Does it matter? And because the answer must arrive quickly, your visual system does not wait for perfect truth. It builds the most useful interpretation it can. This is why shadows can fool you, why a rope on the ground can look like a snake for one startled second, why a still image can seem to move, why a face can appear in a cloud, why a magician can guide your attention away from the real action. Vision is powerful, but it is not pure. It is intelligent, selective, and sometimes overconfident. Even the feeling that your eyes give you one smooth, continuous view is partly an illusion. Your eyes make tiny, rapid movements called saccades, jumping from point to point, sampling the scene rather than absorbing everything evenly. During these movements, the brain reduces the blur and stitches the moments together, so experience feels fluid instead of broken. You do not see the world like a camera recording every detail equally. You see more like a living creature searching for meaning. Your sharpest vision is only in a small central area, while the rest is less detailed, more sensitive to movement and broad shape. Yet your mind gives you the feeling that everything in front of you is equally clear, because it knows where to look when it needs more information. It is a beautiful trick. The brain does not store the whole world at once. It trusts that the world will still be there when your eyes return to it. This is why attention matters so much. You can look directly at a scene and still miss something obvious if your mind is busy with a different task. The eyes may receive the light, but the brain decides what becomes experience. And there is also a delay, small but real, between light entering the eye and the visual world appearing in awareness. Your brain is always working slightly behind the event, organizing the signals into a present that feels immediate. In ordinary life, this delay is so small that you never feel it, but it reminds us that seeing is not instant contact with reality. It is processing. It is interpretation. It is the brain turning light into a world fast enough for you to live inside it. This should make the act of seeing feel more miraculous, not less. The fact that a few patterns of light can become a sunset, a handwritten note, a loved one's expression, a distant star, or the first glow of morning is one of the quiet wonders of being alive. Your eyes are not windows in the simple way we imagine. They are instruments of translation, made of living tissue, tuned to a narrow part of the electromagnetic world, connected to a brain that must guess, correct, and complete. When you look at the moon, you are receiving sunlight reflected from its surface. When you look at a star, you may be receiving light that traveled for years, centuries, or far longer before it touched your retina. When you look at someone across a room, what reaches you is not their inner life, not their whole body, not reality in full, but light shaped by their presence. And still, from that light, you recognize them. You feel something. You remember. You respond. That is the strange tenderness of vision. It gives you distance and intimacy at the same time. It keeps you separate from the world, yet lets the world enter you as signal. So the next time you open your eyes in a quiet room, do not think of seeing as a simple act. Think of it as a meeting between light and living tissue, between outside physics and inner awareness. Your eyes receive light, not reality. But from that light, your brain builds a world detailed enough to trust, fragile enough to question, and beautiful enough to keep looking. Color is a brain-made translation. A strawberry is not red in the way your heart insists it is, and that single fact can make the whole world feel suddenly less solid, less obvious, and far more intimate. You pick up a ripe strawberry, or look at a blue evening sky, or watch golden light fall across a wooden floor, and color seems to belong to things as naturally as shape or weight. Red feels like it lives inside the fruit. Blue feels spread across the sky. Green feels woven into the leaf. But color is not a substance sitting inside objects, waiting to be seen. Color is what your brain makes after light interacts with matter, and your visual system translates that interaction into experience. Outside your mind, there are patterns of electromagnetic energy, surfaces that absorb some wavelengths and reflect others, and light sources that change the whole scene depending on their strength and character. But there is no redness floating in the strawberry itself. There is no blueness painted onto the air above you. Those qualities arise when your eyes and brain turn physical signals into a private inner language. This does not make color unreal. It makes color relational. It exists in the meeting between the world, the light, your eyes, and your brain. And that meeting is far more active than it feels. In the retina, different cone cells respond more strongly to different ranges of visible light. One group is most sensitive to longer wavelengths, another to medium wavelengths, another to shorter wavelengths. Your brain does not read these signals as simple labels. It compares them. It weighs them against each other. It notices contrast, context, brightness, shadow, and surrounding colors. From these comparisons, it builds the experience you call color. That is why the same physical surface can appear different under sunrise, noon light, candlelight, or a screen's glow. A white shirt under orange evening light can still look white to you because your brain is not just measuring the light that arrives. It is estimating the lighting conditions and correcting for them. This ability is called color constancy, and it is one of the quiet reasons the world does not become visually chaotic every time the sun moves or a lamp changes. Your brain works behind the scenes to keep objects recognizable, even when the actual light reaching your eyes changes dramatically. But this correction is not perfect, and when the clues become confusing, people can disagree about what color something is. Famous visual illusions, like the viral dress that some people saw as blue and black, while others saw as white and gold, were not proof that people were pretending or broken. They revealed that brains can make different assumptions about illumination. One mind may subtract a bluish shadow. Another may interpret the same image as lit by warm light. The result is not two people seeing wrong, but two perceptual systems choosing different explanations from incomplete evidence. That is what color often is. Not a direct report, but the brain's best interpretation of a scene. Even more strangely, two different mixtures of light can look identical to human eyes if they stimulate the cone cells in the same relative way. This is called metamerism, and it is why screens can create the appearance of countless colors using only a few kinds of light. Your phone does not contain tiny pieces of sunset, skin, ocean, fire, and forest. It combines red, green, and blue light in carefully controlled amounts. And your brain accepts the illusion because the signals match well enough. The colors on a screen are not the same physical thing as colors reflected from real objects, yet they can produce similar experiences inside you. This is both practical and haunting. It means the beauty you see in an image is not stored fully in the image itself. Part of it is completed by your nervous system. Your brain is not merely receiving color, it is participating in it. And color vision also varies between living beings. Many humans have three main types of cone response, but some people have color vision differences that make certain reds and greens harder to distinguish. Some animals see ultraviolet patterns humans cannot see. Some have fewer kinds of color receptors, some have more. A flower that looks plain to you may carry bright ultraviolet guides for a bee. A bird's feathers may contain signals visible to other birds, but hidden from human vision. The same planet is wearing different color languages for different eyes, so color is not a single universal truth painted onto reality. It is a biological interpretation shaped by the needs and limits of the creature perceiving it. For humans, color helps identify ripe fruit, healthy skin, warning signs, emotional changes in faces, fresh leaves, fire, blood, sky conditions, and countless details that matter for survival and meaning. It is useful, emotional, and deeply tied to memory. A certain shade can bring back a childhood room. A warm glow can make a place feel safe. A gray morning can change your mood before a single thought appears. Color is physics turned into feeling. It is wavelength becoming atmosphere, comparison becoming beauty, signal becoming meaning. And perhaps that is why it feels so personal. No one can step fully inside your red, your blue, your gold. We can name colors together, match them, measure them, print them, display them. But the felt quality of color remains locked inside experience. When you say something is beautiful, you are not only describing the outside world. You are describing what the outside world becomes inside you. That is the quiet miracle hidden in every painted wall, every sunset, every glowing city street after rain. The world offers patterns of light, but your brain turns them into a living palette. And once you understand this, color stops being ordinary decoration. It becomes evidence that reality is not simply handed to you. It is translated into you. The red fruit, the blue sky, the green leaf, the violet edge of twilight, all of them are meetings, not possessions. They do not belong only to the object, and they do not belong only to the mind. They happen in between. So the next time you look at a color that moves you, do not think of it as just a surface feature. Think of it as a conversation between the universe and your nervous system, a silent translation so seamless that it feels like truth. A reminder that beauty may not be something the world simply has, but something that appears when the world and awareness briefly learn to speak the same language. Sound is pressure before it becomes experience. Before a voice becomes a voice, before music becomes music, before thunder becomes fear in your chest, sound is only pressure moving through matter. It begins without meaning, without emotion, without melody. Just tiny compressions and relaxations traveling through air, water, wood, metal, or any substance able to carry a vibration. When someone speaks your name across a room, nothing mysterious flies from their mouth in the form of language. Their vocal cords vibrate, pushing nearby air molecules into motion. Those molecules push the next ones, and those push the next, creating a traveling pattern of pressure that moves outward like an invisible ripple. The air itself does not rush all the way from their lips into your ear. Instead, each little region of air nudges its neighbor, passing the disturbance along. By the time that pattern reaches you, it is not yet a word. It is not yet warmth, anger, love, warning, or song. It is a physical event waiting to be translated. Your outer ear catches part of that moving pressure and guides it inward through the ear canal, where it strikes the eardrum and makes it vibrate. That thin membrane trembles with the shape of the incoming wave, and behind it, 3 tiny bones in the middle ear, among the smallest bones in the human body, amplify and transfer the vibration toward the fluid-filled inner ear. There, inside the spiral-shaped cochlea, motion becomes more delicate and more astonishing. The vibration moves through fluid, bends a flexible membrane, and stimulates microscopic hair cells that respond to different ranges of frequency. Lower sounds and higher sounds activate different regions. Like a living instrument laid out inside your skull, these hair cells do not hear in the way you do. They bend, they trigger chemical changes, and they send nerve signals toward the brain. Only after all of this, after air has moved, the eardrum has trembled, bones have shifted, fluid has rippled, and hair cells have converted motion into electrical messages, does sound become experience. This means the world is not filled with sound in the human sense until a nervous system receives and interprets vibration. A tree falling in a forest can create pressure waves whether or not anyone is there. But the crash as you know it, the sudden loudness, the sharp beginning, the emotional jolt, requires an ear and a brain to turn physics into perception. That distinction is subtle, but it changes everything. Sound is not simply out there. It is completed in you. And the completion is not passive. Your brain does not treat every vibration equally. It organizes sound by pitch, loudness, direction, rhythm, texture, and meaning. It separates a friend's voice from background noise. It notices the emotional tone in a sentence before you have time to think about the words. It can recognize footsteps, rain, glass breaking, a familiar notification, or a song from just a few notes. In crowded places, your brain can focus on one voice while reducing others into background murmur. A skill so natural that you rarely notice how complex it is. The ears receive a storm. The brain searches for what matters. And it does this partly by comparing the timing and loudness of sound arriving at each ear. If a sound reaches one ear slightly earlier or slightly stronger than the other, your brain uses that difference to estimate direction. This is why you can turn towards someone calling you, why a snap behind you feels located in space, why headphones can create the illusion of sound moving around your head. Hearing is not only about detecting vibration, it is about placing invisible events into a world you can navigate. But sound also has limits that reveal its physical nature. In empty space, where there is no air or other medium to carry pressure waves, ordinary sound cannot travel. A star can explode with unimaginable energy, but without matter between you and it, there is no boom reaching your ears. Space may be full of radiation, particles, and motion, but it is silent in the everyday acoustic sense. This is not because nothing happens there. It is because sound needs something to vibrate through. On Earth, air gives events a voice. Water gives whales a deep distance language. Solids can carry vibrations so well that you can sometimes feel a train through tracks before hearing it clearly through the air. Your own body can carry sound too. Bone conduction allows vibrations to reach the inner ear through the bones of the skull. which is one reason your recorded voice sounds strange to you. When you speak, you hear yourself partly through air and partly through vibrations inside your own head. Other people only hear the air version, so even your own voice is not one simple thing. It has an inner version and an outer version, and the one you recognize most intimately is not exactly the one the world hears. This makes sound deeply personal. A melody is pressure, but it can make your skin rise. A lullaby is vibration, but it can slow the body. A sudden noise is a wave, but it can flood you with alertness before thought arrives. Low frequencies can be felt in the chest as much as heard in the ear. Repeated rhythms can guide movement, breathing, memory, even emotion. Speech can carry meaning because the brain learns to map patterns of pressure into language, and this is one of the quiet miracles of human life. A moving disturbance in air can become an apology, a promise, a warning, a story, a prayer, a goodbye. Nothing physical inside the wave itself contains sadness or comfort in a simple way. Those meanings appear when the pattern meets a brain shaped by memory, culture, body, and relationship. The same sound can soothe one person and disturb another. A song can feel like home to you and like noise to someone else. A voice can calm you because of who it belongs to, not only because of its frequencies. Hearing is physical, but listening is personal. And this is why silence is not as empty as it seems. When the room becomes quiet, your auditory system does not simply disappear. You may hear your breathing, your heartbeat, distant electrical hums, the soft shifting of a building, or even faint internal ringing. The brain is always prepared for sound because sound has always mattered for survival. A crack in the dark, a footstep behind you, a baby crying, water moving, fire spreading. The unseen often announces itself through vibration before it becomes visible. Sound lets the world touch you from beyond your line of sight. It enters when your eyes are closed. It reaches around corners. It wakes you from sleep. It gives distance a voice. So the next time you hear rain against a window, or a quiet voice near your ear, or thunder rolling across the sky, remember what is really happening. Pressure is traveling through matter. Your ear is reshaping it. Your nervous system is translating it. And your mind is turning it into experience. Sound begins as movement, but it ends as meaning. It starts outside you as a ripple, and finishes inside you as fear, beauty, memory, language, or peace. And maybe that is the hidden wonder of hearing, that the world can press gently against the air, and somehow, within the darkness of the body, that pressure becomes a song. Touch is mostly electrical resistance. The softest touch in your life begins with a boundary refusing to disappear. When your fingers close around a warm cup, when fabric brushes your skin, when another hand rests gently in yours, it feels as if two things are simply meeting, skin against surface, body against world. But touch is not as direct as it feels. At the deepest physical level, your atoms do not peacefully sink into the atoms of the thing you touch. They resist. The outer electrons in your skin and the outer electrons in the object push against each other through electromagnetic interaction, creating the sensation of contact long before matter could ever truly blend. What you call touch is mostly your body detecting resistance, deformation, temperature, texture, pressure, vibration, and pain, then turning all of that into a private inner experience. In other words, touch is not the world entering you. It is your nervous system reading how the world pushes back. This is why the same hand can feel silk as smooth, sandpaper as rough, ice as sharp, metal as cold, and another person's skin as alive with warmth. Your skin is not a simple wrapping around the body. It is a sensing landscape filled with specialized receptors that respond to different kinds of change. Some receptors notice steady pressure, helping you feel the shape of an object resting against you. Some respond to light fluttering touch, like clothing moving across your arm. Some are tuned to deep vibration, letting you sense the buzz of a phone, the hum of a speaker, or the tremor of a passing train through a surface. Others respond to stretching, helping your body understand how skin and joints are shifting as you move. Free nerve endings warn you about damage, heat, cold, or irritation. Beneath the simplicity of a touch there is a whole hidden orchestra of signals, each one carrying a different part of the story. When you pick up a key in the dark, your fingers do not need sight to know its edges, weight, ridges, and orientation. They explore through tiny changes in pressure and friction. They read the object by how it resists motion. The brain receives this information and builds a tactile map, allowing you to recognize shape without looking. This is called haptic perception, and it is one of the most underrated forms of intelligence in the human body. You can reach into a pocket and identify a coin, a button, a folded paper, or a familiar object not because the thing sends you its identity, but because your moving fingers create a pattern of contact that your brain has learned to understand. Touch is action and interpretation together. You do not merely feel the world, you investigate it with your body. And the investigation begins in pressure but ends as meaning. A heavy object feels heavy because your muscles, joints, and skin report the effort needed to support it. A sharp edge feels dangerous because pressure concentrates into a small area and activates warning pathways. Something sticky feels different from something slippery because friction changes how your skin moves across it. Wetness is especially strange because humans do not have a single special wetness receptor. Your brain often infers wetness from a combination of cooling, pressure, texture, and the way the surface moves against the skin. This is why touching certain cold, smooth materials can sometimes feel damp even when they are dry. The body is not measuring one simple property called wet. It is solving a puzzle. And pain, too, is more than a simple message from the skin. It is a protective experience shaped by nerves, spinal pathways, the brain, attention, fear, memory, and context. A small injury can hurt more when you are anxious. A serious injury may feel delayed in a moment of danger. Pain is real, but it is not a perfect damage meter. It is the nervous system deciding how much warning you need. This makes touch deeply practical, but also deeply emotional. A gentle touch can calm the body, partly because certain slow-touch nerve fibers respond to soft, pleasant contact and are connected with emotional and social processing. This is why a hand on the shoulder can feel different from the same pressure made by an object. The physics may begin with force, but the experience is shaped by trust, memory, relationship, and safety. Your skin knows more than location. It knows context. The same brush of contact can feel comforting, irritating, intimate, threatening, or meaningless, depending on who gives it, when it happens, and what your body expects. Touch is the most physical of the senses, yet it is never only physical. It is where matter becomes personal, and it is also where the illusion of separation becomes strangely clear. Your skin tells you where you seem to end, but that boundary is not a wall in the simple way it feels. It is a living interface, constantly exchanging heat, pressure, moisture, chemical signals, microbes, and information with the environment. The outside world does not need to enter your body to affect you. A surface only needs to press, cool, warm, vibrate, cut, or comfort you, and your nervous system will turn that contact into experience. Even your sense of your own body depends on touch from within. Pressure in joints, stretch in muscles, the feeling of balance, the position of limbs without looking. Close your eyes and raise your hand. You still know where it is, not because of vision, but because the body is continuously reporting itself to itself. You are not just touching the world. You are also constantly feeling your own existence from the inside. And perhaps this is why touch feels so real, so final, so undeniable. It anchors you. It tells you that the cup is in your hand, the floor is beneath your feet, the blanket is around your shoulders, the world has edges, and you have a body. But beneath that comfort, touch is not simple contact. It is resistance translated into sensation, pressure translated into awareness, electrical activity translated into presence. The tenderness of a hand, the roughness of stone, the sting of cold air, the warmth of sunlight on skin. All of them begin as physical changes and become part of the story your nervous system tells you about being alive. So the next time you touch something ordinary, do not think of it as a small event. Think of it as a negotiation at the border between you and the universe. Two forms of matter come close. Forces rise between them. Skin bends, receptors awaken, nerves carry messages, and somewhere in the quiet darkness of the brain, resistance becomes feeling. That is touch. The world not passing through you, but meeting you at the edge and teaching you moment by moment where you are. Heat is motion you cannot see. The warmth of a cup in your hands is not a hidden liquid called heat sitting inside it, but the invisible restlessness of matter trying to spread itself into balance. You feel warmth as something smooth and simple, almost like a gentle presence rising from an object. But beneath that calm sensation, there is no still flame, no stored glow, no substance flowing like water through the world. There is motion. Motion too small for your eyes, too fast and chaotic for your mind to picture directly. Every object around you is made of atoms and molecules that are never perfectly still. In a solid, they tremble in place, locked into structure but vibrating around their positions. In a liquid, they slide and jostle past one another. In a gas, they rush freely, colliding, bouncing, scattering in all directions. What you call temperature is connected to how energetically these tiny particles are moving on average. A hot object is not full of heat like a bottle full of water. Its particles are moving, vibrating, rotating, or colliding more energetically than those in a colder object. Heat, more precisely, is what happens when energy transfers because of a temperature difference. It moves from warmer regions toward cooler ones, not because it has a desire, but because countless microscopic interactions gradually share energy until balance is reached. This is why a spoon left in hot tea becomes warm, why a cold room slowly steals warmth from your body, why ice melts in your palm, and why food cools when left on a table. At the human scale, these changes seem gentle and continuous. At the microscopic scale, they are busy, crowded, restless exchanges of motion. A hot pan does not look like a storm, but inside its metal structure, atoms vibrate more intensely, passing energy along through the material. A flame does not simply contain heat. It is a chemical reaction releasing energy, producing hot gases whose particles move rapidly and transfer energy to the air, to your skin, to nearby objects, and to the light you see. Even a quiet room is full of thermal activity. The air molecules around you are moving at high speeds, colliding with your skin and with each other. Yet because those collisions come from all directions in a balanced way, you experience the room as calm. The stillness is an illusion of scale. At the level of matter, warmth is never still. It is vibration, collision, radiation, exchange, and the way heat travels depends on the path it takes. In conduction, energy passes through direct contact within a material as faster moving particles disturb their neighbors. This is why metal can carry thermal energy quickly. Its structure and mobile electrons make it very good at spreading energy. In convection, warmer fluid or air moves and carries energy with it, which is why hot air rises from a heater and why boiling water circulates instead of warming evenly from one frozen layer to another. In radiation, energy travels as electromagnetic waves, which is why you can feel the sun's warmth across the emptiness of space, and why a campfire can warm your face even when the air between you and the flames is not the main carrier. These three paths, direct transfer through matter, movement of fluids, and radiation across distance, shape weather, cooking, climate, engines, stars, homes, bodies, and every ordinary comfort you take for granted. Your body is constantly negotiating with heat. It produces thermal energy through metabolism, loses it through skin, breath, sweat, and radiation, and works quietly to keep its internal temperature within a narrow, safe range. When you sweat, the cooling is not magic. Water molecules leave your skin as vapor, and the ones that escape tend to carry away energy, leaving the surface cooler. When you shiver, your muscles contract rapidly to generate more internal heat. When blood vessels near the skin widen, more warmth can leave the body. When they narrow, warmth is conserved deeper inside. You are not separate from thermal physics. You are a living temperature management system, a soft flame of chemistry, trying to remain stable in a world that is always exchanging energy. And this reveals something important. Heat is not only about comfort. It is one of the great organizers of reality. It determines whether water is ice, liquid, or vapor. It shapes winds, ocean currents, storms, deserts, glaciers, and clouds. It affects how fast chemical reactions happen, how materials expand or crack, how metals soften, how life survives, and how machines fail. Too little thermal motion, and biological processes slow towards stillness. Too much, and delicate structures break apart. Proteins unfold, cells are damaged, materials melt, worlds change state. Heat is motion, but motion can become transformation. It can cook food, forge steel, launch weather, power turbines, crack stone, lift air, melt ice, and carry the energy of a star into the leaves of a plant. And yet, because you cannot see the motion directly, heat feels almost mystical, like an invisible mood passing between things. A room feels warm. A blanket holds warmth. A winter window pulls heat away. These phrases are useful, but the deeper truth is more active. Energy is moving. Particles are interacting, and matter is constantly seeking new balance. Even cold is not the absence of all motion in everyday life. It is simply less thermal motion compared with something warmer. Absolute zero, the lowest possible temperature, would be the limit where ordinary thermal motion is minimized as much as nature allows. Though even there, quantum physics does not allow the universe to become a perfectly dead statue. Stillness, at the deepest level, is harder to achieve than it sounds. The world is restless by design, so the next time you feel warmth from sunlight on your skin, steam rising from tea, or the faint heat of your own breath in cold air, remember that you are sensing an invisible choreography. You are not feeling a substance, but the transfer of motion. You are not touching heat itself, but the effect of countless tiny movements becoming large enough for your body to notice. And maybe that makes warmth more beautiful, not less, because every gentle temperature you feel is a message from the hidden motion of matter. A reminder that beneath the quiet surface of ordinary things, the universe is always moving, sharing, balancing, and becoming something new. Stillness is only still at human scale. A sleeping city is never truly sleeping. It is only moving too slowly, too smoothly, or too deeply for human attention to catch. At midnight, a street may look frozen under the glow of lamps. A stone may seem perfectly still on the ground. A mountain may appear like the very symbol of permanence. And your own room may feel so quiet that time itself seems to have softened. But stillness is not a fundamental condition of the world. It is a scale effect. It is what motion looks like when your senses are too slow, your lifetime too brief, or your measuring tools too limited to notice what is actually happening. The floor beneath you feels motionless, yet Earth is rotating, carrying you around its axis every day, while also carrying the whole planet around the sun. The sun itself moves through the galaxy, and the galaxy moves within a larger cosmic flow. You do not feel this because motion that is steady and shared becomes invisible to the body. You feel acceleration, shaking, sudden change, imbalance, not smooth participation in a moving system. That is why you can sit calmly in an airplane moving hundreds of miles per hour, while a tiny bump makes your stomach tighten. Your body does not ask, "Am I moving?" in some absolute sense. It asks, "Is my motion changing in a way that matters?" This is one reason stillness feels so convincing. When everything near you shares the same motion, the motion disappears from experience. You and the chair, the air in the room, the walls around you, and the planet beneath you are moving together, so your mind calls it rest. But rest is usually not the absence of motion. It is motion without noticeable difference. A book on a table seems inactive, yet gravity is pulling it down while the table supports it upward. Inside the book, fibers, molecules, and atoms are not arranged as dead particles in a perfect freeze. They maintain structure through constant microscopic activity. The ink on a page may look fixed, but over long periods, chemical changes can fade it, paper can yellow, moisture can enter, Fibers can weaken. What seems permanent for a minute becomes changeable over years. What seems unchanging over a lifetime may transform over centuries. Mountains rise and erode. Continents drift at roughly the speed fingernails grow. Stone is worn by water, wind, ice, roots, pressure, and time. A cliff that looks eternal to a human may be only a slow event in geological motion, a wave of matter taking millions of years to change shape. Stillness, then, is often not a fact about the thing itself, but a mismatch between the rate of change and the observer's patience. You do not watch a mountain move because you are too brief. You do not see a tree grow in real time because its motion is spread across days, seasons, and years. You do not notice your own face changing from hour to hour because the change is soft enough for memory to smooth over. But a time-lapse reveals the truth. Flowers open like quiet explosions. Clouds boil across the sky, cities pulse with traffic, shadows sweep like hands over the ground, and the still world becomes a choreography. The opposite also happens at smaller scales. Some motions are not too slow, but too fast, too tiny, too crowded to appear as motion at all. Dust particles floating in sunlight may drift because of air currents and tiny collisions. Water that appears calm can contain molecules moving constantly. A metal railing may seem inert, but its atoms are held in a vibrating structure. None of this makes the railing alive, and it does not mean the world is secretly chaotic in a mystical way. It simply means that the solid, quiet surfaces of ordinary life are large-scale summaries of deeper processes. Your senses compress movement into stability because stability is useful. You need a table to be a table, not a microscopic storm. You need a road to be a path, not a spinning planet carrying you through space. You need your body to feel like one continuous self, not a shifting biological system full of circulation, breath, cellular repair, nerve signals, and muscle tension. The human mind is built to live at the middle scale, not the scale of galaxies, not the scale of atoms, not the scale of continents drifting over deep time, but the scale of footsteps, doors, faces, meals, danger, shelter, and touchable distance. At this scale, stillness is a practical illusion, and it is a merciful one. If you had to feel every motion you are part of, every vibration in matter, every drift of earth, every chemical process in your cells, every tiny adjustment of balance and blood flow, ordinary life would become unbearable. Your nervous system edits the flood of motion into a calm stage where action is possible. But science teaches you to look behind the stage without destroying it. It reveals that the quiet mug on the table is part of a rotating planet, under gravity, aging chemically, exchanging energy with the room, and sitting in a universe where no position is truly fixed in an absolute way. It reveals that motionless often means motion I cannot detect from here. And this can change the way you understand your own life. You may sometimes feel stuck because nothing seems to be changing. A difficult season can feel like a locked room. A long effort can feel invisible. Healing can feel absent because it does not announce itself loudly enough. But not all movement is dramatic. Some of the most important changes happen below the threshold of notice. Habits forming, grief softening, knowledge settling, strength returning. A future slowly becoming possible before you can name it. Nature is full of this hidden patience. Seeds split underground before anything green appears. Rivers carve stone without hurry. A child grows while everyone is busy living beside them. Even memory changes quietly as the years rearrange what events mean. Stillness, in this deeper sense, is not emptiness. It can be preparation. It can be motion too subtle to recognize. It can be a system holding itself in balance while transformation gathers below the surface. So the next time you sit in a quiet room and feel that nothing is happening, let the thought become gentle instead of frightening. You are inside a moving planet, inside a turning sky, inside a body that never fully stops, inside a universe where rest is usually local, temporary, and relative. The candle flame flickers, the walls age, the air circulates, the cells work, the continents drift, the stars travel, and time leaves fingerprints, even where your eyes see none. Stillness is real as an experience, but not as the final truth of things. It is the calm mask motion wears when it moves beyond the rhythm of human attention. And perhaps that is why quiet moments can feel so deep. Because underneath them, everything is still becoming. Time depends on motion and gravity. A clock on a mountain does not agree perfectly with a clock by the sea, and that tiny disagreement is one of the quietest ways the universe tells you that time is not the same everywhere. You were taught to imagine time as a single invisible river, flowing evenly through all places, carrying everyone forward at the same pace, as if every heart, every planet, every star, and every falling leaf were moving through the same cosmic current. But modern physics broke that comforting picture. Time is not an absolute background ticking behind reality. Time is flexible. It stretches, slows, and changes depending on motion and gravity. This does not mean time is imaginary, and it does not mean anything can happen in any order we want. It means time is woven into the physical conditions of the universe more deeply than everyday life allows you to feel. When something moves very fast, close to the speed of light, time for that moving object passes more slowly compared with someone who stays behind. This is called time dilation, and it is not science fiction. It has been confirmed with precise clocks, high-speed particles, satellites, and experiments so careful that even tiny differences can be measured. To you, sitting still in a room, a second feels like a second. To someone traveling at an extreme speed and then returning, less time may have passed for them than for you. They would not feel their own time slowing. Their heartbeat, thoughts, blinking, breathing, and watch would all seem normal from their own point of view. The strangeness appears only when two paths are compared again. Time is personal to the journey. It belongs not just to where you are, but to how you move. This is why the famous idea of traveling away at near light speed and returning younger than people on Earth is not just a fantasy concept, but a real consequence of relativity, even though reaching such speeds with humans is far beyond our current ordinary travel. The universe has a speed limit, and as you approach it, motion through space and passage through time become linked in a way that challenges common sense. You do not simply move through space while time ticks separately. Motion changes how your time is measured relative to others. But speed is only half of the story. Gravity also affects time. The stronger the gravitational field, the more slowly time passes compared with a place where gravity is weaker. A clock closer to Earth's surface ticks slightly slower than a clock higher above Earth, because lower clocks sit deeper in Earth's gravitational field. The effect is tiny in daily life, so small that your body cannot feel it, but atomic clocks can measure it. Scientists have measured differences between clocks at different heights. Even when the height difference is surprisingly small, this means your head, being slightly higher than your feet, technically experiences time at an almost unimaginably different rate, though the difference is far too tiny to matter in ordinary life. Still, the principle is real. Height changes time because gravity changes time. Near something extremely massive, like a black hole, this effect becomes much more dramatic. A clock close to a black hole would tick slower compared with a clock far away, as seen from that distant perspective. But if you were near the clock, your own time would still feel normal to you. You would not feel seconds stretching like rubber. Your local life would continue in the usual rhythm, while someone far away would describe your clock as running slowly. This is one of the most important things to understand. Time dilation is not about a broken clock or a strange sensation inside the body. It is about comparison between observers in different states of motion or different gravitational conditions. Time remains normal locally but not universal globally. This has practical consequences. The satellites used for GPS do not experience time at exactly the same rate as clocks on Earth. They are moving fast, which tends to make their clocks tick more slowly relative to Earth. But they are also higher up in weaker gravity, which tends to make their clocks tick faster. Engineers must account for these effects, or GPS positions would drift and become inaccurate. In other words, the strange flexibility of time is not only something for black holes, distant galaxies, or philosophical thought experiments. It is built into the technology that helps your phone locate you on a map. Every time navigation works, Relativity is quietly being respected. That should make the world feel different. The same physics that bends your idea of reality is also helping you find a street, a restaurant, a road home. Time's flexibility is not hidden because it is unreal. It is hidden because human life happens in conditions where the differences are usually too small to notice. You move too slowly compared with light. Earth's gravity is strong enough to hold you, but not extreme enough to make dramatic time differences visible in everyday experience. So the mind grows up believing in one shared now. It feels as if everyone, everywhere, is living inside the same present moment. But physics says the present is not so simple. Two observers moving differently can disagree about how much time has passed between events, and both can be correct within their own frame of reference. This does not destroy reality. It makes reality more relational. It means time is not a giant clock hanging over the universe. It is more like a thread stitched through each path, shaped by speed, gravity, and the structure of space-time. And this has a quiet emotional weight. Your life feels measured by clocks, calendars, birthdays, deadlines, sunrises, and seasons. But beneath those familiar markers, time is not the rigid ruler you were promised. It bends around motion. It deepens near mass. It runs differently for satellites, mountains, sea levels, astronauts, and planets. Even aging, the most personal measurement of time, is tied to the physical path your body takes through the universe. An astronaut on the International Space Station ages by a slightly different amount than someone on Earth. Not enough to become dramatic in a human story, but enough to remind us that time is not one size fits all. Your body is a clock too, but it is a clock carried through gravity and motion. And perhaps the deeper lesson is not that time is unreliable, but that it is more intimate with reality than we imagined. It does not merely contain events, it participates in them. It is shaped by the same universe it helps describe. A second is not just a number, it is a relationship between matter, motion, gravity, and observation. So the next time you look at a clock, let it feel a little less ordinary. Its ticking is not the voice of absolute time. It is the rhythm of time here, under these conditions, on this planet, in this gravity, along this path, somewhere higher, lower, faster, deeper, farther. Another clock is disagreeing by a little or by a lot, and the universe allows both to be true. That is the strange beauty of time. It feels like the most universal thing in your life, yet it becomes personal the moment you move. The moment gravity changes, the moment two paths through reality are no longer the same. You are not simply passing through time. You are carrying your own version of it, softly, silently, with every breath. Space can stretch without moving through anything. The distance between two galaxies can grow without either galaxy flying through space. And that single idea quietly breaks one of the deepest habits in human imagination. When you picture expansion, you probably imagine something moving outward into an empty area, smoke spreading into a room, ink dispersing in water, an explosion pushing fragments into the air. But the universe does not expand like debris flying through a pre-existing emptiness. It is stranger than that. On the largest scales, space itself can stretch. And when space stretches, the distance between faraway galaxies increases, even if those galaxies are not traveling through space in the ordinary sense. This is one of the most important ideas in modern cosmology, and also one of the easiest to misunderstand, because everyday life gives you almost no experience that matches it. You can walk across a room because the room already exists. You can pour water into a cup because the cup provides a container. You can watch a balloon expand because it expands into the air around it. But the universe is not expanding into a larger room. There is no known outside wall, no cosmic air around it, no empty container waiting beyond the edge. The expansion is a change in the scale of space itself. The between is growing. Imagine two distant points painted on the surface of a rising loaf of bread. As the dough expands, the points move farther apart, not because they crawl across the dough, but because the dough between them swells. This is only an analogy, and all analogies eventually fail, but it helps loosen the old picture. In cosmic expansion, galaxies are not all racing away from a central explosion point. More space is appearing between large, unbound regions, so each distant galaxy sees other distant galaxies receding. There is no special center in the ordinary sense, no privileged location from which the expansion began like a firework. The Big Bang was not an explosion at one spot in space. It was the early, hot, dense state of space everywhere that later expanded and cooled. That means the beginning was not over there. It was everywhere, including the region that eventually became your galaxy, your planet, your body, and the breath you are taking now. The evidence for this stretching is not just a beautiful story. It appears in the light from distant galaxies. As space expands while light travels across it, the light's wavelength is stretched too, shifting it toward the redder end of the spectrum. This cosmic redshift tells us that the universe is expanding, and the farther away many galaxies are, the more their light is redshifted, because it has traveled through expanding space for longer. This is not the same as a car driving away and making a sound change pitch, though the comparison can be useful at first. It is deeper. The light itself is stretched by the growth of the space it crosses. The universe writes its expansion into the color of ancient light. And there is another surprising consequence. Very distant galaxies can recede from us faster than light because the space between us and them is stretching. This does not break the rule that nothing can move through local space faster than light, because those galaxies are not speeding through space past us, like rockets crossing a finish line. Instead, the distance grows because the fabric of space itself changes. The speed limit applies to motion through space, not to the expansion of space between extremely distant regions. This is why some galaxies are already becoming unreachable. Their light may still be traveling toward us, and some ancient light from them may still arrive. But light emitted from them now or in the future may never reach us if expansion carries the intervening space away too quickly. The universe is not only large, it is becoming more difficult to access. Horizons form not because there is a physical wall, but because expansion changes what can ever communicate with what. Yet this stretching does not tear apart your body, your house, the solar system, or even galaxies themselves, because local systems are held together by forces much stronger than cosmic expansion at those scales. Gravity holds galaxies and clusters together. Electromagnetic forces hold atoms, molecules, solids, and living bodies together. Expansion dominates mainly across enormous distances where regions are not gravitationally bound to each other. So you do not expand with the universe in the simple sense. Your ruler does not grow because space expands. Your room does not quietly stretch. Bound structures resist the cosmic stretching and remain themselves, while the vast spaces between distant galaxy groups widen. This balance makes the universe feel calm nearby and dramatic far away. Locally, you can sit in a quiet room, place a cup on a table, and feel as though reality is stable. Cosmically, the background stage is changing. The distances between the great islands of galaxies are increasing. Light is being stretched as it travels, and the future sky is slowly being emptied of reachable worlds. In the far future, if cosmic expansion continues as current evidence suggests, many distant galaxies may fade beyond observation, leaving future observers in isolated regions with a much smaller, visible universe. They may look out and see darkness where we can still see cosmic history. That thought is quietly haunting. Knowledge itself depends on when you are born in the life of the universe. We live in an era when enough ancient light still reaches us to tell a grand story, but not every future civilization would have the same evidence. Space stretching is not only a physical process, it is a slow closing of certain cosmic windows, and perhaps that is why this idea feels so strange. It asks you to stop thinking of space as an empty stage where events happen and begin thinking of it as something dynamic, measurable, and evolving. Space is not simply the gap between things. It has structure. It can change. It can carry light across billions of years and alter that light along the way. It can make distant galaxies unreachable without any wall being built. It can expand without moving into anything, because it is not an object inside a larger container. It is part of the container we are trying to describe. And when you let this settle, the ordinary word distance becomes deeper. The emptiness between stars is not merely nothing, it is an active part of the universe's history. The darkness between galaxies is not dead space. It is the region where the grandest change is happening so slowly that human life cannot feel it, yet so powerfully that it shapes the destiny of everything visible. So the next time you imagine the universe expanding, do not picture an explosion in the dark. Picture the dark itself changing scale. Picture the silence between galaxies growing wider. Picture ancient light stretching as it crosses a universe that refuses to remain the same size. And then remember that you are not outside this process, watching from a safe distance. You are inside the stretching story, living in a small bound island of matter while the cosmic ocean between islands quietly grows. Space can stretch without moving through anything because space is not traveling into a place. Space is the place, and it is still becoming. Atoms are mostly empty structure. If you could enlarge a single atom until its nucleus sat before you like a small glowing bead, the rest of the atom would not become a crowded machine of tiny parts. It would open into a vast, almost unbelievable emptiness. This is one of the most quietly disturbing truths in science. The matter that builds your bones, your hands, your room, the oceans, the mountains, and every object you have ever trusted is not packed full in the way your senses suggest. Atoms are mostly empty structure, not empty like a meaningless void, and not structure like a miniature solar system with little planets circling a central sun, but something stranger, a tiny, dense nucleus surrounded by regions where electrons exist as patterns of possibility, energy, and behavior. The old classroom picture of electrons orbiting like planets is useful only as a first doorway, not as the deeper truth. In modern physics, electrons are not little beads racing around in fixed circles. They are described by orbitals, cloud-like regions where an electron is likely to be found if measured. This means that most of an atom's size is not filled with solid material, but with a spread-out quantum arrangement that gives the atom its shape, chemistry, and identity. The nucleus contains almost all the atom's mass, because protons and neutrons are much heavier than electrons. Yet the nucleus occupies only a tiny fraction of the atom's total volume. If an atom were enlarged to the size of a large stadium, the nucleus might be compared to something tiny near the center, while the outer boundary of the atom would lie far away across the empty seats. The comparison is never perfect, because atoms are not hard shells with sharp walls, but it gives you the feeling of the scale. Matter is spacious beyond intuition. This fact was not guessed from imagination. It was forced into science by experiment. In the early 20th century, Ernest Rutherford and his colleagues fired alpha particles at thin gold foil, expecting them to pass through with small deflections if positive charge was spread smoothly through the atom. Most particles did pass through, but a few bounced back at sharp angles, as if they had struck something extremely small, dense, and concentrated. Rutherford later described the surprise as if you had fired a shell at tissue paper and it came back at you. From that shock came the nuclear atom. Most of the atom was open space, while its positive charge and much of its mass were concentrated in a tiny core. The universe inside matter was not a packed warehouse. It was more like a vast room with a dense center and invisible rules extending outward. But here is where the phrase "mostly empty" can mislead you if you take it too casually. The empty part of an atom is not useless nothingness. It is structured by quantum behavior and electromagnetic fields. It is the region that determines how atoms meet, bond, absorb light, release energy, form molecules, and build every material you know. The emptiness has rules. The arrangement of electrons around a nucleus decides whether an atom behaves like oxygen, carbon, gold, sodium, or chlorine. A tiny difference in the nucleus and electron structure can change a harmless gas into a reactive element, a soft metal into a precious one, a transparent crystal into a colored stone. Chemistry is not built from atoms being full. It is built from how their outer electron structures interact. This is why the emptiness inside atoms is not an absence of importance. It is the stage on which matter becomes recognizable. You could say that the visible world is made from tiny dense centers surrounded by organized possibility. And that phrase may sound poetic, but it is also close to the scientific picture. The atom is not a miniature pebble. It is a pattern of relationships, held together by forces, constrained by quantum rules, and stable enough to form the world of touchable things. The empty space inside atoms also explains why matter can be compressed under extreme conditions. In ordinary life, atoms keep their sizes because their electron structures resist being pushed into the same states, and because electromagnetic interactions keep their arrangements stable. But in a white dwarf star, gravity becomes so intense that matter is compressed into a state far denser than ordinary material, with atoms no longer behaving like the comfortable separate units we know on Earth. In neutron stars, the compression goes even further, creating matter so dense that a small amount would have an enormous mass by human standards. These extreme objects remind us that the spaciousness of ordinary atoms is not guaranteed everywhere. It is a condition of matter under the pressures we live with. Your body, your house, and your planet exist in a gentle range where atoms have room to keep their structures. That room is part of why chemistry is rich, why molecules can be complex, why life can be delicate, and why matter can form soft tissue instead of collapsing into something unimaginably dense. So the emptiness inside atoms is not a flaw in matter. It is part of the freedom that allows complexity. Without atomic spaciousness, there would be no long molecules folded into proteins, no DNA carrying biological information, no water with its strange life-supporting properties, no air to breathe, no neurons, no skin, no eyes, no hands, no brain wondering about any of this. The same emptiness that makes matter seem unreal is also what makes life possible. And this is the deeper lesson. Solidity is not fullness. Something does not need to be packed from edge to edge to be real. A cathedral is mostly air inside, yet its arches give it presence. A song is mostly silence between notes, yet the pattern makes it music. A human life is mostly space between moments, yet the structure gives it meaning. Atoms work in a similar way, though not as metaphor, but as physics. Their reality is not in being solid throughout. Their reality is in the organization of what is there and the rules governing what can happen. The nucleus gives the atom identity at its core. The electrons give it chemical personality at its edges, and the space between is not wasted, but necessary. When you hold a stone, you are holding a structure built from patterns far more open than your hand can imagine. When you look at your own body, you are seeing a vast assembly of atoms whose interiors are mostly not material stuff in the everyday sense, yet whose organization is stable enough to breathe, feel, remember, and ask questions. This should not make the world feel fake. It should make it feel more astonishing. Reality does not need to be dense to be dependable. It does not need to be solid in the childish sense to matter. The universe builds presence out of structure, weight out of tiny centers, chemistry out of electron patterns, and life out of arrangements so spacious they almost feel impossible. So the next time an object feels firm in your hand, let the old certainty soften. Inside that object is not a packed block of substance, but a hidden architecture of nuclei, electron clouds, energy levels, and quantum rules. The world is not full the way it looks. It is organized emptiness, shaped into form, and somehow, from that emptiness, everything you have ever touched has appeared. Matter is organized energy. The object in your hand is not the opposite of energy. It is energy slowed into form, locked into pattern, and made patient enough to feel like matter. This may sound almost mystical at first, as if science were trying to turn the solid world into a dream. But the idea is not fantasy. It sits at the heart of modern physics. Matter and energy are not two completely separate kinds of reality, like stone on one side and fire on the other. They are deeply related. Einstein showed that mass itself is a form of energy, and that under the right conditions, matter can become energy, and energy can become matter. You do not see this happening in ordinary life, because the energies involved are enormous, compared with the calm scale of human experience. A book on a desk does not suddenly become light. A stone in your pocket does not dissolve into a burst of radiation. But inside the deeper rules of nature, mass is not a dead ingredient. It is stored energy with structure. It is energy arranged in a way that resists easy change. And that changes the way you look at everything. A piece of bread, a glass of water, a metal key, a human body, a mountain, a planet. All of them are not simply stuff. They are organized energy held in stable patterns by the laws of nature. The energy in matter is not always available in a useful way, and that matters. When people hear that matter contains energy, they may imagine that every object is like a battery waiting to be drained, but this is misleading. Most of the energy associated with mass is not something you can casually extract by burning, breaking, or heating an object. Chemical energy, the kind released when wood burns or food fuels your body, comes from rearranging electrons and bonds between atoms. It is powerful enough to warm homes, move muscles, and power life. But it only accesses a tiny portion of what matter contains. Nuclear energy reaches deeper. In the core of the sun, hydrogen nuclei fuse into helium, and a small amount of mass becomes energy that eventually travels outward as sunlight. That sunlight crosses space and helps drive weather, photosynthesis, food chains, and the warmth that makes Earth livable. In nuclear reactors, heavy atomic nuclei are split, releasing energy because the products are arranged in a more tightly bound way. In both cases, the lesson is the same. Matter is not a passive object. It carries energy in its structure, in its bonds, in the relationships between its parts. The difference between one form of matter and another is not just what it is made of, but how its energy is organized. A diamond and graphite are both made of carbon, yet one is hard and transparent, the other soft and dark. Because the carbon atoms are arranged differently, the same element becomes different realities through structure. This is one of the most beautiful facts in science. Form matters, organization matters. The universe does not only ask what ingredients exist, it asks how they are arranged. A living cell and a cloud of scattered molecules may contain many of the same kinds of atoms, but organization turns chemistry into metabolism, boundaries, repair, signaling, and life. Your body is not alive because it contains a special magical substance. It is alive because matter is organized into a system that can use energy, maintain itself, respond to the environment, and keep delicate processes moving far from disorder. Food enters you as organized chemical energy. Your body breaks it down, redirects it, stores some, releases some, and uses it to build, move, think, breathe, heal, and stay warm. Even a thought depends on energy. Nerve cells maintaining electrical differences, releasing chemical messengers, restoring balance, and coordinating activity across the brain. The mind may feel weightless, but it is supported by matter in motion and energy in use. This does not reduce wonder, it deepens it. It means that the private world of memory, fear, love, imagination, and attention is connected to the same physical universe that burns in stars and binds particles into atoms. The energy that arrives from sunlight can become plant tissue, then food, then movement, then a sentence, then a choice, then a memory in another person. Energy changes form, but it does not simply vanish. It flows through arrangements. It becomes usable when structure gives it a path. This is why a battery can power a device, why a stretched bow can launch an arrow, why falling water can turn a turbine, why a star can shine for billions of years, and why a sleeping body still quietly spends energy to remain alive. Energy alone is not enough. It must be organized, guided, constrained, and transformed. Matter is one of the universe's ways of giving energy a shape, and some shapes are stable enough to last. Some are fragile. Some fall apart quickly. Some gather into planets. Some become chemistry. Some become living tissue. Some become eyes looking back at the universe and asking what they are made of. This is where the idea becomes almost emotionally strange. You may feel like a solid person moving through a solid world, but you are also a temporary organization of energy and matter, sustained by constant exchange. The atoms in your body were forged in earlier cosmic events, gathered into Earth, cycled through air, water, soil, plants, animals, and generations before becoming part of you for a while. You are not a closed object. You are a pattern that continues by taking in energy, releasing energy, rebuilding itself, and resisting collapse for as long as it can. The stability you call me is not stillness. It is maintenance. Life is organized energy refusing, briefly and beautifully, to scatter. And the same is true at many scales. A flame is organized chemical transformation. A storm is organized movement in the atmosphere. A galaxy is organized matter under gravity. A body is organized chemistry under the guidance of biology. A civilization is organized human energy shaped into roads, language, tools, memory, and shared meaning. Everywhere you look, the universe is not merely filled with things. It is filled with patterns of energy becoming things, and things becoming new forms of energy. So the next time you hold something ordinary, do not see it as dead matter alone. See it as energy given patience, energy folded into structure, energy made quiet enough to rest in your hand. And when you look at yourself, remember that you are not just made of matter, and not just animated by energy, but a delicate agreement between both. A living pattern, borrowing form from the universe for a little while, bright enough to wonder what it is. Light carries momentum. A beam of light can push something, not with hands, not with wind, not with invisible magic, but with momentum so gentle that you almost never notice it. This sounds wrong at first because light feels weightless. You can stand in sunlight for hours without being knocked backward. A flashlight can shine on a wall without making the wall move. Moonlight can cover a landscape without bending a blade of grass. So the mind naturally treats light as something that reveals the world, not something that physically presses on it. But light is not only brightness. Light carries energy, and because it carries energy, it also carries momentum. It has no rest mass, meaning a particle of light is not a tiny heavy bead in the ordinary sense, but it still can transfer motion when it is absorbed, reflected, or scattered. When light strikes a surface, it can deliver an incredibly small push. Most of the time, that push is too weak to matter in daily life because ordinary objects are heavy compared with the tiny pressure of light. But the push is real. It can be measured in laboratories. It can shape dust in space. It can help steer spacecraft concepts. And it plays a role in the lives of stars. This is called radiation pressure. And it reveals something quietly astonishing. Even something that seems as delicate as light can exert force on matter. The effect is tiny on Earth because sunlight spreads over large areas, and the atmosphere, gravity, friction, and the mass of objects overwhelm it. If sunlight falls on your hand, the pressure from the light is far too small for your nerves to detect. But remove friction, reduce mass, increase sensitivity, or wait long enough in space, and light's push becomes important. This is the idea behind solar sails. A solar sail is not pushed by fuel burning from behind like a rocket. Instead, it spreads a large reflective surface and lets sunlight transfer momentum to it. Each photon that reflects from the sail gives a tiny nudge. One nudge is nothing. Trillions upon trillions of nudges, arriving continuously, can slowly change the sail's motion. The acceleration is small, but it does not require carrying fuel. And in the emptiness of space, a small continuous push can become powerful over time. This is one of the most elegant ideas in astronautics. Traveling not by throwing matter backward, but by being patiently pressed forward by starlight. Several missions and experiments have tested solar sailing in real space, showing that light pressure is not only a textbook curiosity, but a usable physical effect. And the deeper you look, the more places it appears. Around comets, sunlight helps push dust away, contributing to the tails that stretch across space. In young star systems, radiation pressure from bright stars can push on gas and dust, influencing how material moves and how some environments evolve. In very luminous stars, light streaming outward from the interior can press against matter strongly enough to affect the star's structure and winds. Near extremely bright objects, radiation pressure is not gentle decoration. It can compete with gravity, drive outflows, and shape the behavior of hot, energetic material. This is the same principle scaled up, light transferring momentum. At the laboratory scale, focused laser beams can also hold and move tiny particles in a technique known as optical tweezers. The light field interacts with microscopic objects and can trap them in place, allowing scientists to manipulate cells, beads, and molecules with extraordinary precision. It sounds like science fiction, holding something with light. But it is real enough to have become an important scientific tool. The trick is not that light becomes solid. It is that the momentum and energy of light can create forces on small enough objects, and those forces can be carefully controlled. Light, then, is not just a messenger. It is a participant. It can carry information, deliver energy, and exert pressure. And this changes the feeling of every beam you see. A sunbeam crossing a room looks quiet, but it is made of countless packets of electromagnetic energy traveling at the fastest speed nature allows. When those packets meet matter, they do not simply vanish into beauty. They interact. They can be absorbed and warm a surface, reflected and push it slightly, scattered and change direction. Every reflection in a mirror is also a tiny exchange of momentum. The mirror redirects light, and the light presses back. The effect is so small that a bathroom mirror will not tremble under your gaze. But at the level of principle, the exchange is there. The universe keeps accounts even when your senses cannot feel the transaction. Perhaps this is what makes the idea so powerful. Human intuition often divides reality into the heavy and the weightless, the solid and the insubstantial, the things that can push and the things that merely appear. But light refuses that division. It is weightless in one sense, yet not powerless. It is delicate in experience, yet physically active. It can cross millions of kilometers through space and arrive still carrying momentum from its source. The sunlight touching Earth today left the sun about 8 minutes earlier, traveled through the vacuum, and arrived not only as illumination, but as a faint pressure on everything it meets. That pressure helps define how small particles behave in space. It is part of why dust near stars does not simply sit quietly under gravity. It is part of the grand conversation between radiation and matter. And on a more human level, it gives sunlight a different emotional weight. The light on your windowsill is not just making the room visible. It is physically arriving. It is interacting with the glass, the dust, the floor, the skin of your hand. It is too gentle to feel as a push, but not too gentle to be real. There is something beautiful in that. The universe does not need violence to move things. Sometimes it moves them by accumulation, by persistence, by the soft pressure of countless small arrivals. A solar sail does not leap forward in one dramatic burst. It slowly answers the patient touch of light. A tiny particle in a laser beam does not need fingers to be guided. It follows the shaped pressure of radiation. A comet tail does not need a hand to point away from the sun. Light and solar wind sculpt it into form. So the next time you see light spilling across a wall, try not to think of it only as brightness. Think of it as motion carrying influence, as energy with direction, as a quiet pressure that proves even the most weightless seeming parts of reality can leave a mark. Light carries momentum, and because it does, the universe is a little less passive than it looks. Every sunrise is not only seen, it arrives, it presses, it participates, and maybe that is the deeper lesson hidden inside this strange fact. Even the gentlest things can move the world if they are constant enough. Information has physical cost. A deleted file does not vanish into pure nothing. Somewhere, somehow, the universe must pay for the act of forgetting it. That may sound strange because information feels weightless to us. A password, a memory, a sentence, a photograph, a number on a screen. None of these seem like objects in the same way a stone or a cup is an object. You can copy a message thousands of times without feeling heavier. You can send a photo across the planet without watching it travel like a package. You can erase a word with one tap and feel as if nothing physical has happened at all. But beneath the smooth surface of digital life, information is never floating freely in a ghostly realm. It always needs a physical form. It has to be written somewhere, carried somehow, stored in something, encoded by a material state that could have been otherwise. A bit in a computer may be represented by electric charge, magnetic orientation, a tiny difference in voltage, a microscopic arrangement inside a memory cell, or a physical mark on a storage medium. A word in your brain depends on living cells, chemical signals, strengthened connections, and electrical activity. A gene inside DNA is not an abstract message drifting through biology. It is a sequence of molecules arranged in a particular order. Even a thought that feels private and immaterial is supported by a body spending energy to maintain the conditions that make thinking possible. This is the deeper meaning behind the idea that information has physical cost. Information is not separate from reality. It must be embodied, protected, moved, corrected, copied, and sometimes erased, and each of those actions belongs to physics. One of the most important insights here is known as Landauer's principle, which says that erasing information has a minimum unavoidable energy cost. More precisely, when a physical system loses a definite piece of information, when many possible states are forced into one known state, such as resetting a memory bit, some energy must be released as heat into the environment. The amount is incredibly tiny for one bit, far too small to notice in everyday life. But the principle matters because it connects information to thermodynamics. It tells us that forgetting is not free. A perfectly careful computer could, in theory, perform some kinds of reversible operations with extremely little energy. But when information is irreversibly erased, the physical world keeps an account. This helped resolve an old puzzle in physics called Maxwell's Demon, a thought experiment about a tiny imaginary being that seemed able to use information about particles to extract useful work and violate the usual direction of heat flow. The solution is subtle but powerful. The demon's information processing, especially the need to erase memory, carries a cost. Knowledge can be useful, but using and resetting that knowledge is not outside the laws of nature. The universe does not give intelligence a free escape from physics. This may seem distant from your life, but it is happening around you constantly. Every search query, every video stream, every cloud backup, every artificial intelligence calculation, every copied file, every loaded web page depends on physical machines. Data centers are not invisible clouds. They are buildings filled with servers, cables, cooling systems, storage devices, power supplies, and heat. The cloud is a poetic name for someone else's hardware, running somewhere on Earth, consuming electricity and releasing warmth. When billions of people move information all day, the cost becomes visible at civilization scale. The energy used by computing is not only the theoretical minimum from erasing bits. Most real machines lose far more energy through resistance, imperfect circuits, cooling demands, data transmission, and the practical messiness of engineering. Still, the underlying lesson remains. Information feels light because human interfaces hide the machinery. Behind every seamless tap is a physical chain. Behind every message is matter arranged into meaning. Your brain teaches the same lesson in a more intimate way. It is only a small part of your body's mass, yet it uses a large share of your resting energy. It spends energy not because thoughts have weight in the ordinary sense, but because maintaining the living conditions for thought is expensive. Neurons have to preserve electrical differences across their membranes, restore chemical balances after firing, recycle neurotransmitters, support networks, and keep the whole system alive. Remembering, noticing, learning, deciding. These are not free-floating mental events. They are biological processes. Your mind feels like a silent inner sky, but it is supported by chemistry working in the dark. Even memory is physically costly. Not because each memory is stored like a perfect file in one place, but because learning changes connections, adjusts synapses, strengthens some pathways, weakens others, and requires cellular work. To know something is to have the body arranged differently than it was before. That is astonishing. It means experience leaves structure behind. The same principle appears in life itself. DNA carries information, but it does so through molecules that must be built, copied, repaired, and protected. Cells constantly read genetic instructions, turn them into proteins, correct errors, and manage the consequences of copying in a noisy world. Information in biology is precious because mistakes matter. A wrong copy can be harmless, helpful, or dangerous depending on context. Life survives by using energy to preserve order long enough to reproduce, repair, adapt, and respond. In that sense, living things are not just collections of chemicals. They are information-maintaining systems fighting against disorder. Your body is always spending energy to keep useful patterns from dissolving too quickly. And this is where the idea grows beyond computers and cells into something philosophical, but still grounded, meaning itself depends on physical difference. A blank page and a written page contain different arrangements of ink. A quiet brain and a remembering brain contain different patterns of activity and connection. A library is not powerful because paper is magical, but because matter has been arranged so that one state means something different from another. Information begins when a difference can make a difference. A fingerprint on glass, tree rings in wood, fossils in stone, the cosmic microwave background carrying traces of the early universe, scars on skin, weather patterns in ice cores, all of these are physical records. The universe remembers through structure, but records decay, ink fades, drives fail, cells die, memories blur, civilizations lose archives, and even stars burn through their fuel. To preserve information against time, something must work. Something must protect, copy, repair, cool, encode, or transmit. Memory is never effortless forever. This gives information a strange emotional weight. The messages you save, the photos you keep, the words you write, the memories you rehearse, the knowledge you pass to someone else. All of them are small acts of resistance against disappearance. They are patterns held against noise. And because holding patterns costs energy, remembering is not only mental, it is physical participation in the universe's struggle between order and dispersal. So the next time you delete a file, send a message, learn a fact, or recall a face from years ago, do not think of information as something unreal just because you cannot hold it in your palm. It is real because it must be carried by the world. It is real because it changes what matter is doing. It is real because erasing it, storing it, protecting it, and moving it all leave physical traces. Information has physical cost, and that cost is not a flaw. It is what allows meaning to be anchored in reality. A sentence can cross a century only because ink, paper, memory, or silicon keeps its pattern alive. A thought can change a life only because a living brain spends energy to form it. And perhaps this is the quiet wonder hidden inside every word. Meaning may feel weightless, but the universe must still hold it. Entropy gives events direction. A shattered glass on the floor knows something about time that the ticking clock on the wall only pretends to explain. If you watch the glass fall, strike the ground, and explode into pieces, the sequence feels natural, almost obvious. Whole becomes broken. Order becomes scattered. One clear object becomes many sharp fragments. But if you saw the pieces leap together, seal their cracks, rise from the floor, and return gently to a hand, you would know instantly that the film was running backward. No one would need to tell you. Your mind would feel the wrongness before language could catch up. That quiet instinct is one of the deepest clues in physics, because the laws governing tiny particles often do not care very much about past and future in the way human life does. Many microscopic motions can be reversed in principle and still make sense in the equations. A single particle bouncing, a small collision, a simple interaction, seen in isolation, these do not always announce a preferred direction of time. And yet, in the world you inhabit, events have a clear direction. Smoke spreads through a room but does not gather itself back into a thin line and return to the candle. Milk mixes into coffee but does not calmly separate itself again into two clean layers. Footprints appear in wet sand and then fade. They do not sharpen themselves from a blurred beach back into the exact pressure of a passing body. Ice cubes melt in a warm drink, but the drink does not naturally hand its scattered coolness back to the water and rebuild the cube. Why? The answer is entropy, a word that often gets treated as if it simply means chaos, disorder, or things falling apart. But the truth is subtler and more interesting. Entropy is a measure of how many microscopic ways a system can be arranged, while still looking the same from the outside. A neat deck of cards has very few arrangements we would call perfectly ordered, but a shuffled deck has an enormous number of arrangements that all look simply mixed. A glass sitting on a table has relatively few ways to remain a recognizable glass, but once it breaks, there are countless ways for the fragments to lie scattered on the floor. The future usually moves toward the kind of state that has more possible microscopic arrangements, not because the universe loves mess, not because it has a plan, but because there are overwhelmingly more ways for things to be spread out, mixed, dispersed, and shared than there are ways for them to remain specially arranged. Entropy gives events direction because probability gives time a bias. The broken glass does not reassemble because doing so would require every fragment, every vibration, every bit of energy in the floor and air to coordinate with almost impossible precision. It is not forbidden in the deepest logical sense. It is so unlikely that the universe can spend ages upon ages and still never show it to you. This is the heart of the second law of thermodynamics. In an isolated system, entropy tends to increase. Tens is important. It is not a moral commandment and not a mystical curse. It is a statistical truth about large numbers. When countless particles interact, the overwhelmingly likely result is that energy and matter become more spread out among the available possibilities. A drop of ink in water spreads because there are many more mixed arrangements than unmixed ones. Perfume diffuses through air because molecules moving randomly have far more ways to occupy the room than to remain in a tiny invisible cloud near the bottle. A sandcastle slowly collapses under wind, water, and footsteps because the grains have many more ways to be an ordinary pile than to remain a castle-shaped structure. Order can exist, but order usually requires conditions, boundaries, energy flow, and maintenance. This is why a refrigerator can make its inside colder, but only by using electricity and dumping heat into the room behind it. The fridge lowers entropy locally inside its chamber, but the larger environment pays the price. This is why life can build beautifully ordered bodies, cells, nests, bones, leaves, memories, and patterns, but only by taking in energy and releasing waste and heat into the surroundings. A living thing is not a violation of entropy. It is a temporary island of order maintained by a larger flow. Your body is organized, but it stays organized by eating, breathing, circulating, repairing, sweating, excreting, sleeping, and constantly exchanging with the world. Stop the flow, and the organization cannot hold. This is one of the gentlest and most terrifying truths entropy teaches. Order is possible, but it is not free. It must be fed, it must be renewed. A clean room becomes dusty unless someone works against that tendency. A memory fades unless it is reinforced or recorded. A building cracks unless repaired. A language disappears if no one teaches it. A civilization preserves knowledge only by copying, storing, protecting, and passing it forward. Everywhere, the same principle appears in different clothing. Special arrangements are fragile. Spread out possibilities are abundant. Entropy also helps explain why you remember the past, but not the future. This sounds philosophical, but it is tied to the physical state of the universe. Records form in one direction. A footprint records the foot that pressed the sand. A fossil records an ancient organism. A photograph records light from a past moment. Your memory records experiences after they happen, through physical changes in the brain. These records are possible because events leave traces as entropy increases. The past is full of traces. The future is not. You do not remember tomorrow because tomorrow has not yet left physical records in you. The arrow of time points from lower entropy toward higher entropy, and consciousness rides that arrow. You experience life as a sequence because the universe preserves certain traces behind you while leaving possibilities ahead of you. Even the feeling of now is surrounded by this structure. Behind you are marks, consequences, aging, memory, scars, ruins, photographs, cooling coffee, burned candles, worn shoes, and changed faces. Ahead of you are not records but probabilities. This is why entropy is not only about physics laboratories. It is in every irreversible moment you have ever lived. You can unspill a cup only in imagination. You can apologize after a word is spoken, but you cannot return the room to the exact state before the sound existed. You can rebuild after loss, but not erase every microscopic consequence of the breaking. Time moves forward for you because the world keeps becoming harder to unscramble. And yet, entropy is not only tragic. Without entropy, there would be no direction for processes, no aging of stars, no weather patterns, no digestion, no burning, no cooling, no evolution of complex systems away from their starting conditions. The universe would not feel like a story. It would feel like a frozen symmetry with no before and after worth naming. Entropy gives events direction, and direction gives experience its shape. A sunrise matters because night gives way to day. A song moves you because notes arrive in order and vanish as the next ones come. A life matters partly because it cannot be rewound. Its tenderness comes from its irreversibility. Every moment is real not because it stays forever, but because once it happens, it becomes part of the pattern that cannot be perfectly undone. This is not a reason to despair. It is a reason to pay attention. The second law does not say beauty is impossible. It says beauty is temporary, maintained, precious, and dependent on flows of energy and care. A garden blooms because sunlight, soil, water, and living systems keep local order alive for a season. A human relationship survives because people keep repairing misunderstanding, renewing trust, and choosing connection before neglect spreads too far. A mind stays clear because it rests, learns, forgets what it must, and protects what matters. Entropy is the quiet pressure behind everything unfinished. It is the reason dust gathers, batteries drain, bodies age, stars burn fuel, and memories need returning to. But it is also the reason every act of creation feels meaningful. To make a meal, write a sentence, raise a child, build a home, preserve a story, or hold a fragile hope is to gather a little order against a universe that naturally lets things spread. So the next time you watch steam fade into air, footprints soften on a path, or a broken object refuse to become whole again by itself, remember that you are seeing the arrow of time made visible. Entropy is not merely destruction. It is the deep statistical current that turns events into history. It is why yesterday leaves evidence, why tomorrow remains open, and why the present feels like a narrow bridge between what has become fixed and what is still possible. The universe moves towards states with more ways to exist, and in that movement, your life finds its direction, not backward into perfect restoration, but forward into transformation, repair, memory, and meaning. Gravity is geometry in Einstein's view. Gravity may feel like an invisible hand pulling everything downward, but in Einstein's view, the deeper truth is stranger. Falling is what happens when space and time stop being flat. You stand on Earth and feel weight in your bones, the pressure of your feet against the floor, the certainty that something is dragging you toward the ground. That feeling seems so obvious that for centuries gravity was imagined as a force reaching across emptiness, one object pulling another from a distance. Newton described this pull with extraordinary accuracy, and his picture was powerful enough to guide planets, moons, tides, cannons, and spacecraft. But Newton himself did not fully explain what gravity was. He could describe how it behaved, how strongly objects attracted, how planets moved, how falling bodies accelerated. But the deeper question remained like a shadow behind the mathematics. How does one object reach across empty space and influence another without touching it? Einstein approached the problem differently. He did not imagine gravity as a mysterious rope stretched between masses. He imagined the stage itself changing. In his general theory of relativity, mass and energy shape space-time, and objects move through that shaped space-time along the straightest possible paths available to them. The result looks like attraction, but the underlying picture is not a force in the ordinary sense. It is geometry. A planet orbiting the sun is not being held by an invisible string. It is following a natural path through curved space-time, the way a traveler on Earth can move in what feels like a straight line while actually following the curve of the planet's surface. This is difficult to picture because humans are used to geometry as something drawn on paper. Flat lines, angles, circles, triangles. But Einstein's geometry is not just shapes on a page. It is the geometry of reality itself, where distances, durations, and paths depend on how matter and energy bend the fabric of space-time. The common image of a heavy ball sinking into a rubber sheet can help at first, but it is also misleading if taken too literally. It shows curvature, but it uses Earth's gravity to explain gravity, and it turns a four-dimensional idea into a two-dimensional picture. The real insight is deeper. Massive objects change the relationships between nearby events, and what we call falling is matter moving through those altered relationships. If you dropped a ball from your hand, Newton would say gravity pulls it downward. Einstein would say the ball is following a natural path through space-time, while the ground prevents you from doing the same. In fact, the ball in freefall is not feeling its own weight. An astronaut orbiting Earth is also falling, continuously. And that is why they appear weightless. They are not outside gravity, they are inside it, moving along a curved path around Earth, falling forward fast enough that they keep missing the ground. The strange part is that the person standing on the floor feels weight, not because they are freely following gravity, but because the floor is stopping them from following the path they would naturally take. The floor pushes upward on your body, and your body interprets that resistance as weight. In this sense, standing still on Earth is less natural than falling. Falling is the path of least resistance through curved space-time. Standing is being held away from that path by the surface beneath you. This is one of Einstein's most beautiful reversals. What feels like force may actually be interruption, and what feels like helpless falling may actually be free motion. He reached this insight through the equivalence principle, the idea that being in a gravitational field and being in an accelerating frame can feel locally the same. Imagine waking up inside a sealed elevator with no windows. If you feel pressed to the floor, you might be sitting still on Earth, or the elevator might be accelerating upward in deep space. Without looking outside, the sensations are hard to distinguish. This simple thought opened a door into a new view of gravity. It suggested that gravity was not merely another force added to the universe, but a feature of how motion, acceleration, space, and time fit together. And nature confirmed this idea. One early clue came from Mercury, whose orbit shifts slightly in a way Newton's theory could not fully explain. Einstein's equations accounted for that extra shift. Another famous confirmation came during a solar eclipse in 1919, when starlight passing near the sun appeared bent because the sun's mass curved space-time around it. Light has no rest mass, yet its path can bend near massive objects, not because the sun pulls it like a hook catches a thread, but because light follows the geometry available to it. Today, this bending of light is not just a historical test. It is seen across the universe as gravitational lensing, where galaxies and clusters distort and magnify the light from objects behind them, turning gravity into a cosmic lens. In some cases, the same distant galaxy can appear multiple times in the sky because its light has traveled along different curved paths around a massive foreground object. Space itself becomes an instrument, and gravity becomes visible not as a thing, but as distortion in the path of light. Even more dramatically, when massive objects such as black holes or neutron stars accelerate around each other and merge, they can send ripples through space-time called gravitational waves. These waves are not sound waves traveling through air, and they are not ordinary vibrations in matter. They are changes in the geometry of space-time itself, stretching and squeezing distances by tiny amounts as they pass. Instruments on Earth have detected these waves from distant cosmic collisions, allowing us to sense events that happened far away and long ago through the trembling of space-time. This is not a metaphor, it is measured reality. Gravity, in Einstein's view, is not merely something that makes apples fall. It is the architecture that tells planets how to move, light how to bend, black holes how to form, and the universe how to evolve. A black hole is the most extreme expression of this idea. Not a simple cosmic vacuum cleaner, but a region where space-time is curved so intensely that, beyond a boundary called the event horizon, paths that would lead outward no longer exist in the usual way. Escape becomes impossible not because there is a surface grabbing you, but because the geometry of future paths points inward. That is a terrifyingly elegant thought. The prison is not made of walls, it is made of direction itself, and yet, for all its cosmic drama, general relativity also changes how you understand the ordinary ground beneath you, the weight you feel, the arc of a thrown ball, the moon circling Earth, the tides rising and falling, the bending of starlight, the spiral dance of black holes. All are expressions of a universe where geometry is physical. Space and time are not passive containers. They respond, they curve, they carry the influence of mass and energy. They shape what motion means. This does not erase Newton's gravity. For everyday speeds and familiar distances, Newton's picture works beautifully. But Einstein revealed the deeper layer beneath it. The way a simple map can guide you through a city, while a deeper survey reveals the terrain, tunnels, foundations, and hidden structures below. And perhaps the most humbling part is this: you have never lived in a flat, empty stage. You have always lived inside a flexible geometry shaped by the matter around you. Every step you take happens inside space-time that is slightly curved by Earth. Every sunrise, every orbit, every falling leaf, every distant star whose light bends on its way to you is part of that same geometry. Gravity is not just the pull that keeps you grounded. It is the shape of the world telling motion how to unfold. So the next time you feel your weight, do not think only of being pulled down. Think of space-time curving around a planet, of your body being held against its natural falling path by the ground, of light bending near stars, of invisible waves crossing the cosmos, of reality itself possessing shape. In Einstein's view, gravity is geometry, and that means the universe is not merely filled with objects moving through space. The universe is a living structure of paths, curves, and relationships, and every falling thing is quietly reading the shape of it. The vacuum is not truly empty. The emptiest place you can imagine is not truly empty. It is only empty of the things your senses know how to name. Picture a perfect dark chamber, sealed away from air, dust, warmth, sound, and light. A place so carefully cleared that no human breath remains inside it. No floating particle crosses it. No visible object interrupts its silence. To the mind, this feels like nothing. A pure absence. A blankness so complete it should have no story left to tell. But physics has learned to be suspicious of that kind of nothing. The vacuum is not the same as absolute emptiness. In ordinary language, a vacuum means a region where matter has been removed, where pressure is very low, where there are far fewer particles than usual. Even the best laboratory vacuums are not perfect nothingness. A few atoms or molecules may still drift through, and the chamber walls, instruments, and surrounding fields still matter. Outer space too is not truly empty. It contains sparse gas, dust, radiation, magnetic fields, cosmic rays, and particles flowing from stars. But the deeper surprise comes when you remove even the ordinary particles and ask what remains at the most fundamental level. In modern physics, empty space is not a dead background. It is the lowest energy state of quantum fields. And those fields do not disappear just because particles are absent. They remain present everywhere, like invisible possibilities woven through space itself. A particle, in this view, is not a tiny object placed into a pre-existing emptiness in the old, simple way. It is often understood as an excitation of a field, a localized disturbance, a ripple with measurable properties. Remove the particles, and the fields are still there. The vacuum is the quietest state of those fields. But quietest does not mean perfectly frozen. Quantum theory says there is a kind of unavoidable uncertainty in the values of fields. So the vacuum cannot be a perfectly still, perfectly featureless nothing. It has fluctuations. This phrase can be misleading because people sometimes imagine tiny particles popping in and out of existence like sparks in a magic fog. That picture is useful only as a loose metaphor, and if taken literally, it can become false. The real idea is more careful. The fields have quantum activity even in their lowest energy state, and this activity can have measurable effects. The vacuum is not a box filled with little hidden marbles appearing and vanishing. It is a physical state with structure, rules, and consequences. One of the most famous hints of this is the Casimir effect. If two extremely close, uncharged metal plates are placed in a vacuum, they can experience a tiny attraction toward each other. This happens because the presence of the plates changes which electromagnetic field modes can exist between them compared with outside them, creating a difference in vacuum energy conditions that results in a measurable force. Nothing obvious is pushing the plates. No wind blows, no hand pulls, yet the arrangement of empty space between them matters. The nothing has been shaped by boundaries, and the shaped vacuum produces an effect. Another clue appears in the behavior of atoms. The energy levels of electrons in atoms are not exactly what a simpler theory would predict, and tiny shifts, such as the Lamb shift, reveal that the interaction between charged particles and the quantum vacuum changes measurable atomic properties. Even the spontaneous emission of light by excited atoms, the way an atom can release a photon and fall to a lower energy state, is connected to the field environment around the atom. In other words, the vacuum is not a silent stage where matter performs alone. It participates in the performance. This is not mystical, and it is not proof that empty space can give us unlimited usable energy. That is an important line to keep clear. The phrase vacuum energy is real in physics, but it does not mean there is an easy hidden battery in empty space waiting to power cities for free. The energy of the vacuum is subtle, constrained by physical law, and deeply difficult to interpret. In fact, one of the greatest unsolved problems in physics is why the vacuum energy expected from quantum field theory and the energy associated with the universe's accelerated expansion seems so wildly different in scale. This is known as the cosmological constant problem, and it is one of the places where our best theories do not yet fit together cleanly. So the vacuum teaches humility. It gives us measurable effects, but not simple answers. It shows activity, but not the kind of activity we can casually harvest. It shows structure, but not a structure we fully understand. And this makes the idea of nothing far more difficult than it first appears. Absolute nothing would mean no space, no time, no fields, no laws, no possibilities, no relationships, no framework in which anything could happen. But the vacuum of physics is not that. It is still part of the universe. It has a state. It can be influenced by boundaries. It has field behavior. It can affect particles and atoms. It is closer to a quiet ocean than a blank page. But even that image is imperfect, because the vacuum is not made of a substance sloshing around in ordinary space. It is the baseline condition of the fields that define what particles can appear as. And perhaps this is why the vacuum feels so philosophically unsettling. We often imagine reality as a collection of things placed inside emptiness. Stars in space, atoms in a room, thoughts inside a head. But modern physics suggests that the so-called empty background may be more active and more foundational than the objects we notice. The visible world may be the decorated surface of something deeper, while the quiet beneath it is not absence, but potential. A dark room is not truly nothing. The gap between your hand and the wall is not metaphysical blankness. The space between stars is not a dead void. At the deepest level, the universe is not built from objects sitting in nothing, but from fields whose quiet states already belong to physical reality. This changes the emotional shape of emptiness. Silence is not always emptiness. Stillness is not always lack. A pause can be full of structure you cannot hear. A blank sky can carry radiation from the early universe. A vacuum chamber can contain no ordinary matter and still hold the restless ground state of fields. The absence of visible things does not mean the absence of reality, and maybe that is the lesson hidden here. What feels empty to a human being may only be reality below the threshold of familiar experience. The universe does not need to be crowded to be active. It does not need to glow to be present. It does not need to touch your senses to have consequences. So the next time you look into darkness, into the space between objects, into a quiet room after everyone has left, Do not think of emptiness as a simple void. Think of it as the most disciplined form of presence, stripped of particles, cleared of noise, reduced as far as nature allows, yet still not nothing. The vacuum is not truly empty. It is the universe whispering at its lowest volume. And even there, in the place we once called nothing, reality has not disappeared. The universe has no known center. The universe does not seem to have a throne room, a marked origin point, or a hidden central pillar around which everything else is arranged. And that may be one of the most humbling facts science has ever uncovered. Human beings are almost instinctively drawn to centers. A room has a center, a city has a downtown, a planet has a core, a solar system has a dominant star. A galaxy often has a dense central region, sometimes with a supermassive black hole shaping the motion around it. So when we turn our minds toward the entire universe, it feels natural to ask, where is the center of all this? Where is the place from which everything began? Where is the point around which the cosmic story is organized? But modern cosmology gives an answer that feels simple at first, and then becomes quietly unsettling. As far as we know, the universe has no center in space. Not because we have failed to find it like a lost landmark, not because it is hidden behind dust or too far beyond our telescopes, but because the universe may not be the kind of thing that has a center in the ordinary sense. This is difficult because your imagination keeps reaching for familiar pictures. It wants the universe to be like an explosion in a dark room, with material flying outward from a starting point. It wants there to be a middle and an edge, a cosmic downtown and a cosmic outskirts. But the best scientific picture does not support that. The Big Bang was not a bomb going off at one location inside empty space. It was not an event with a central fireball throwing galaxies outward into a pre-existing void. It was the early hot, dense state of the universe itself. Every region of space we can observe today traces back to that earlier dense condition. The beginning was not at one special spot. In a deep sense, it was everywhere. This means that when distant galaxies appear to be receding from us, it does not imply that we are at the center of a cosmic blast. Observers in a faraway galaxy would also see other distant galaxies receding from them. From their perspective, they would appear central too, not because every place is magically the center, but because cosmic expansion on large scales works in a way where each observer sees distances growing around them. The universe does not seem to expand away from a privileged point. It expands in a way that makes no location stand out as the obvious middle. This is connected to what cosmologists call the cosmological principle. On very large scales, the universe appears roughly the same in every direction and roughly similar from place to place. Locally, things are messy. One region may contain a galaxy cluster, another a vast void, another a tangled web of filaments and galaxies. But when scientists average over enormous distances, the universe does not appear to have a giant directional pattern pointing toward a center or away from one. One of the strongest pieces of evidence for this comes from the cosmic microwave background, the ancient afterglow of the early universe. This faint radiation reaches us from all directions and is remarkably uniform, with tiny variations that later helped seed galaxies and cosmic structure. If we were near a special center of the universe, or if the universe were arranged around a preferred cosmic point in an obvious way, we might expect the large-scale evidence to look very different. Instead, the sky tells a quieter story. The universe appears broadly uniform, with no clear central marker. But there is an important distinction that can easily confuse people. The observable universe does have a center from our perspective, and that center is us, but only in a limited observational sense. Because light travels at a finite speed and the universe has a finite age, we can only see a certain distance in every direction. This creates a spherical region around us, the observable universe. We are at the center of that observable bubble simply because we are the ones observing. If you were in a galaxy billions of light years away, you would have your own observable universe centered on you, overlapping with ours in some regions and differing in others. This does not make Earth physically central. It only means every observer stands at the center of their own horizon. In that sense, you are central to what you can see, but not necessarily central to what exists. That is a beautiful and humbling difference. Your view is centered on you, but reality is not. Another way to loosen the old intuition is to imagine the surface of Earth. A person walking on the surface can travel in any direction without finding an edge, and no single point on the surface is the center of the surface itself. Earth has a center in three-dimensional space, deep inside the planet, but that center is not a place on the surface. Some models of the universe may be similar in spirit, though more difficult to picture. Space could be finite yet without an edge, curved in a way that does not require a center inside the universe. Or it may be infinite, in which case the idea of a center becomes even less meaningful, because an infinite space has no middle point. Scientists do not yet know the full size or total shape of the universe beyond what we can observe. The observable universe may be only a small part of a much larger whole. It may extend far beyond our cosmic horizon, perhaps unimaginably far, perhaps infinitely. This is why the careful phrase matters. The universe has no known center. We are not claiming we have mapped all existence and stamped it centerless with final authority. We are saying that within the best current evidence and models, there is no sign of a special central location. The universe does not point to Earth. It does not point to the Milky Way. It does not even point to one distant galaxy cluster as the master reference point. The old human longing for a center has been disappointed again and again. Earth was not the center of the solar system. The Sun was not the center of the Milky Way. The Milky Way was not the center of all galaxies. And now, at the larger scales, the very idea of a cosmic center may be the wrong question. This does not make us meaningless. It makes meaning more subtle. You do not need to occupy the center of the universe to matter within it. A heartbeat is not central to a galaxy, but it is still real. A thought is not marked on a cosmic map, but it still changes a life. A small lamp in a dark room is not the center of night, but it still creates a circle of warmth. The absence of a cosmic center can feel like a loss only if you believed importance required location. But science has been teaching us a different lesson for centuries. Significance is not the same as centrality. You can be off-center and still conscious. You can be unprivileged in space and still capable of wonder. You can be one small observer in an immense centerless universe and still hold within your mind a model of galaxies, horizons, ancient light, and space-time itself. That is not nothing. That is one of the strangest reversals in existence. The universe may have no center, yet it can produce beings who ask where the center is. So the next time you look up at the night sky, try not to imagine yourself standing beneath a dome arranged around you. Imagine instead that you are inside a vast cosmic field with no known throne, no preferred middle, no absolute stage direction saying, "Here is the most important place." Every direction opens into depth. Every observer carries a horizon. Every galaxy is local to itself. The universe does not need a center to be whole. It may be centerless, not because it lacks structure, but because its structure is larger than the human instinct for middle points. And perhaps that is the soft conclusion hidden inside this enormous idea. Reality is not built to flatter our sense of position, but it is generous enough to let us understand our smallness. The universe has no known center, and yet here you are, not at the middle of everything, but awake within it, a temporary point of awareness in a cosmos that does not revolve around you, but still somehow includes you. Motion is relative, not absolute. Nothing in the universe is simply moving until you ask the quiet question that changes everything. Moving compared to what? A train glides past a platform, and to the person standing outside, the passengers are traveling at high speed. But inside the train, a child may toss a ball straight up and catch it again as if nothing dramatic is happening. To the child, the ball rises and falls in place. To someone watching from the platform, that same ball traces a curved path forward with the train. Neither view is fake. Neither observer is lying. They are describing the same event from different frames of reference. This is the heart of one of the most important ideas in physics. Motion is relative, not absolute. There is no universal background grid in ordinary physics that says, once and for all, this object is truly at rest, and that object is truly moving. Rest and motion depend on the reference point you choose. A cup sitting on your desk seems still compared with the room, but the room is attached to Earth. Earth rotates. Earth orbits the Sun. The Sun moves around the center of the Milky Way, and the Milky Way moves relative to other galaxies. Yet you do not feel yourself being flung through cosmic motion because you share much of that motion with everything around you. Your body, the desk, the air, the floor, and the room are all traveling together. What becomes noticeable is not motion itself, but changes in motion, speeding up, slowing down, turning, shaking, falling, or being pushed away from the path you were following. That is why a smooth flight can feel calm even while the airplane moves incredibly fast, and why a sudden bump can feel intense even if the speed barely changes. Your senses are not built to detect some absolute cosmic velocity. They are built to notice relative motion, imbalance, acceleration, and danger. Long before Einstein, Galileo understood a deep version of this. He imagined that if you were inside a smoothly moving ship with no windows, simple experiments would work the same as if the ship were at rest. Drops would fall normally, objects would behave normally. You could not, by ordinary mechanical tests inside the closed cabin, prove that the ship was moving steadily rather than standing still. This is why steady motion is so easy to mistake for rest. Physics does not give special privilege to the platform over the train or the shore over the ship, as long as the motion is smooth and unaccelerated. Each observer can describe the world using their own frame, and the laws of motion still make sense. The strange part is not that observers disagree. The strange part is that nature allows their disagreements to be organized, lawful, and consistent. Speed is not a property an object carries alone like color or mass. It is a relationship between one thing and another. A car moving down a highway may be moving fast relative to the road, slowly relative to another car beside it, and nearly not at all relative to the person sitting inside it. A person walking toward the front of a moving train has one speed compared with the train floor, and a different speed compared with the ground outside. A bird flying with the wind, a boat crossing a river, a swimmer moving through a current. All of them teach the same lesson in different clothing. Motion becomes meaningful only when you choose the frame from which it is measured. This is not just a trick of language. It shapes how navigation, astronomy, engineering, and spaceflight work. When spacecraft travel to other planets, their motion must be described relative to Earth, the Sun, target planets, and sometimes other moving bodies. A spacecraft may use a gravitational slingshot around a planet, gaining or losing speed relative to the Sun by exchanging a tiny amount of motion with the planet's orbital movement. Nothing magical is being added from nowhere. The result depends on the chosen frame and the relationships between moving bodies. Motion is a web of comparisons, and space travel is partly the art of choosing and changing those comparisons wisely. Even in daily life, the relativity of motion hides inside ordinary experiences. When you sit in a parked car and the car beside you slowly rolls backward, you may briefly feel as if your own car is moving forward. Your brain judges motion by comparing visual scenes, and when the reference shifts, your sense of movement can be fooled. When clouds drift across the moon may seem to slide through the sky, even though the nearer clouds are the ones moving across your view. When you ride an escalator or step off a moving walkway, your body anticipates motion based on the frame it has just adapted to. Your sense of stillness is not a perfect detector of reality. It is a negotiation between body, environment, and expectation. Physics makes this negotiation precise. A reference frame is simply a way of assigning positions and times to events from a particular state of motion. Once you choose a frame, you can describe where things are and how fast they move. Choose another frame, and the numbers can change while the underlying event remains the same. A ball thrown in a moving train, a boat crossing a river, a planet orbiting a star, all can be described from multiple valid perspectives. What matters is that the descriptions translate into one another correctly. This is where science becomes almost philosophical without leaving reality behind. The universe is not saying that anything goes or that truth is whatever someone feels. It is saying that certain quantities are relational. Motion belongs to a viewpoint, not a subjective opinion but a physical frame. There are better and worse descriptions depending on the problem. But there is no single everyday frame that nature marks as the absolute stage. This idea was a foundation for later relativity, where the story becomes even deeper, but even before reaching the most extreme cases, the basic lesson already changes how the world feels. You are not sitting in a motionless universe watching things pass by. You are always part of a moving system, and your feeling of rest is local, practical, and shared with your surroundings. The chair beneath you seems still because you and the chair are moving together. The ground seems fixed because your life is attached to it. The horizon seems stable because your body has learned its frame. But step far enough back, or choose a different reference, and the same stillness becomes motion. This does not make reality unstable. It makes reality relational. It means that to understand any movement, you must understand the relationship in which it is being measured. And perhaps this has a quiet human echo. Many things in life feel absolute until you ask, compared to what? Fast compared to whose pace? Late compared to which expectation? Still compared to which change? Small compared to what scale? Motion teaches humility because it shows that perspective does not always destroy truth. Sometimes it is required for truth to have meaning. A passenger, a pilot, an astronomer, and a satellite can all describe the same motion differently, and each description can be useful in its own frame. The deeper intelligence is knowing which frame you are using and not mistaking it for the universe itself. So the next time you sit in a quiet room and feel perfectly still, let the certainty soften. You are still relative to the chair, the walls, and the air around you, but not relative to every possible observer. Somewhere, from another frame, you are moving with Earth, with the sun, with the galaxy, with the larger drift of cosmic structure. Rest is not the opposite of motion in the absolute sense. Rest is a relationship that holds for a while. Motion is not a single fact written on an object. It is a comparison, a conversation, a way of describing how one part of reality changes with respect to another. And maybe that is the beauty of it. The universe is not built around one unmoving viewpoint. It allows many frames, many descriptions, many lawful perspectives. And you, feeling still beneath your own roof, are already traveling through all of them. Your body is a temporary pattern. The body you call you is not a fixed object moving through life, but a pattern that keeps rebuilding itself quickly enough for you to mistake it for permanence. You wake up each morning, feeling like the same person who went to sleep, carrying the same name, the same face, the same private sense of being inside your skin. Your hands look familiar. Your reflection answers with a face you recognize. Your voice sounds like it belongs to a continuous self. But biologically, you are not a statue that simply ages from the outside. You are more like a flame that keeps its shape while the fuel changes, or a river that keeps its name while different water passes through it. Your body is a temporary arrangement of matter, energy, chemistry, memory, and regulation, held together by a living process that never fully stops. The atoms inside you are not stamped with ownership. They were not born as your atoms. Many were inside air, oceans, soil, plants, animals, ancient rocks, and earlier living things before they became part of your blood, your bones, your breath, or your thoughts for a while. You take in matter through food, water, and air. You release matter through breath, sweat, urine, shed skin, waste, and heat. Every moment, the body is exchanging with the world, yet your sense of identity remains smooth. This is the strange trick of life. The material changes, but the organization continues. A wave in the ocean is not made of one permanent group of water molecules traveling across the sea. It is a pattern of motion passing through water. In a similar way, your body is not defined only by the exact pieces of matter inside it at this second. It is defined by the arrangement, the flow, the instructions, the repair systems, the boundaries, and the continuing activity that keep the pattern recognizable as you. Your body maintains blood chemistry within narrow ranges, regulates temperature, balances fluids and salts, repairs damaged tissues, digests food, fights infection, filters waste, circulates oxygen, coordinates hormones, and keeps billions of microscopic processes aligned well enough for consciousness to feel simple. You do not have to think, keep my blood from becoming too acidic, or move nutrients into cells, or repair that tiny tear, or adjust my breathing to match carbon dioxide levels. The body does this quietly, beneath your awareness, like an entire city working through the night so that when morning comes, the streets still feel familiar. This process is called homeostasis, and it is one of the reasons the body can seem stable, even though it is always in motion. Stability is not the absence of change. In living things, stability is controlled change. Your heart must keep beating, but not randomly. Your lungs must keep exchanging gases, but according to need. Your digestive system must break matter apart and rebuild it into usable forms. Your liver must process chemicals, store nutrients, and help protect the internal environment. Your immune system must defend you without attacking everything too aggressively. Your nervous system must adjust posture, sensation, attention, and response. You are not held together by stillness. You are held together by regulation, and that makes the body different from a machine in an important way. A machine can often be turned off and remain largely itself for a while. A bicycle can sit in a garage. A spoon can rest in a drawer, but a living body cannot simply pause its processes and stay alive. Life is continuous maintenance. Stop the flow of oxygen long enough, stop circulation long enough, stop energy production long enough, and the pattern begins to fail. The matter may still be there, but the living organization is gone. This is why life is not just a collection of ingredients. A body contains water, minerals, proteins, fats, sugars, salts, and countless molecules. But a pile of those ingredients is not a person. The person appears when the ingredients are arranged into a self-maintaining system, when signals move, boundaries hold, energy flows, and parts cooperate in a pattern that can preserve itself through time. Even your skin, which feels like the edge of you, is not a simple wall. It is an active border, sensing, protecting, cooling, healing, hosting microbes, and constantly interacting with the environment. Your gut is not merely a tube for food. It is a living interface where nutrients, immune activity, nerve signals, and microbial life influence the condition of the whole body. Your blood is not just red liquid. It is transport, defense, communication, temperature management, repair, and chemical balance moving through you. Your bones are not dead beams. They are living tissue involved in support, mineral storage, blood cell production, and adaptation to stress. Your brain is not a sealed jewel controlling a passive body from above. It is part of the body's pattern, shaped by sleep, hormones, immune signals, blood flow, movement, nutrition, stress, and the constant information arriving from inside your organs. The body is not a container for life. The body is life in organized form. And this temporary pattern is more fragile and more resilient than it feels. A small cut can close because cells communicate and rebuild tissue. A fever can rise because the body changes conditions during defense. Muscles strengthen when repeated stress tells them adaptation is needed. The lungs adjust when you climb a hill. The pupils change in different light. The stomach prepares for food before food has fully arrived. The body is always listening, always responding, always updating its pattern in relation to the world. You may feel like one fixed person, but biologically you are an ongoing negotiation between inheritance and environment, structure and change, memory and metabolism, inner control and outer influence. Even your sense of body ownership is constructed moment by the brain combining signals from vision, touch, balance, muscles, joints, organs, and memory. You feel like you are inside your body because the nervous system continuously maps where you are, what belongs to you, what is happening to you, and what needs attention. When this mapping is disrupted, the sense of the body can become strange. A limb may feel absent. Pain may appear where tissue is gone, Or a rubber hand in an experiment may briefly feel like part of the self when sensory cues are arranged in the right way. This does not mean the body is fake. It means the experience of having a body is an active achievement, not a simple photograph of flesh. Your body is both physical and interpreted, both organism and experience, both matter and meaning. And perhaps this is why aging feels so mysterious. You do not become another person all at once. The pattern shifts slowly. Some parts repair, some accumulate damage, some adapt, some weaken, some compensate. The continuity of you is preserved not by keeping every piece the same, but by carrying forward enough organization, memory, relationship, and function for the story to remain connected. A childhood body disappears without a funeral. An adult body arrives without a ceremony. The person feels continuous because the pattern has never fully broken, only transformed. You are not the same body you were years ago in a material sense, yet you are not separate from that earlier body either. You are its continuation, its rewritten sentence, its later weather. This is not a reason to feel unreal. It is a reason to feel more alive. A rock can remain a rock by resisting change. A body remains a body by changing carefully. Life is not permanence. It is renewal without total loss. It is form surviving through flow. It is a temporary pattern holding itself together against time, not forever, but long enough to love, learn, breathe, suffer, heal, wonder, and leave traces in other patterns. So the next time you look at your hands, do not think of them as fixed possessions. Think of them as living arrangements, built from borrowed matter, maintained by hidden work, warmed by metabolism, guided by nerves, shaped by use, and connected to everything you have touched. Your body is temporary, but temporary does not mean meaningless. A song is temporary. A flame is temporary. A wave is temporary. A life is temporary. What matters is the pattern it becomes while it is here. And for a little while, the universe has arranged itself into you, not as a permanent object, but as a breathing structure, a self-repairing story, a delicate order that keeps saying, moment after moment, I am still here. Cells replace themselves, unevenly. Some parts of you are renewed so quickly they are almost like weather, while other parts hold on like ancient rooms inside the same house. It is tempting to imagine the body as one unified thing, aging at one shared pace, replacing itself like a machine that swaps all its parts on a schedule. But your body does not renew itself evenly. It is not a single object being rebuilt from top to bottom at the same speed. It is a living landscape made of tissues with different jobs, different risks, different levels of stress, and different needs for repair. Some cells live only briefly because they stand on the front lines of contact with the outside world. Some last for years because replacing them too often would disturb the stability they provide. Some divide constantly. Some divide rarely. Some may remain with you for most of your life. This uneven renewal is one of the quiet reasons your body can feel continuous while still being biologically dynamic. The lining of your gut, for example, is replaced quickly because it faces a harsh environment every day. Acid, digestive enzymes, food particles, microbes, friction, and chemical exposure. The cells there cannot simply remain unchanged for decades. They are worn down, shed, and replaced, allowing the digestive system to keep its barrier strong while still absorbing nutrients. Your skin also renews itself regularly, though not as fast in every layer or every place. The outer surface you see and touch is made of cells that gradually move upward, flatten, harden, die, and become part of the protective layer that you shed invisibly through daily life. Dust in a room often contains tiny fragments of human skin, a strange reminder that the boundary of your body is always being edited. You do not feel yourself leaving pieces behind, yet you are. The body is quietly letting go of yesterday's surface while building tomorrow's. Blood gives another example of uneven replacement. Red blood cells, which carry oxygen, do not last forever. They circulate for months, bending through tiny vessels, delivering oxygen, carrying carbon dioxide, and enduring mechanical stress until they are eventually removed and replaced by new cells made in the bone marrow. Some immune cells may live only a short time during an active response, while others can persist much longer as memory cells, helping the body recognize threats it has seen before. Platelets, which help blood clot, are replaced on a shorter rhythm. Your blood is not a fixed fluid with permanent workers. It is a moving population, constantly refreshed according to need. Bone, despite feeling hard and almost mineral-like, is also alive and remodeled. Specialized cells break down old bone while others build new bone, allowing the skeleton to repair microdamage, adjust to stress, regulate minerals, and remain stronger than a dead framework could be. This process is slow compared with skin or gut turnover, but it matters deeply. The bones that carry you are not inert sticks under the flesh. They are living architecture, always balancing breakdown and rebuilding. Muscle cells have their own rhythm. They do not simply get replaced like skin cells, but they can repair, grow, shrink, and adapt depending on use, injury, hormones, nutrition, and age. When you exercise, you are not merely using muscle as if it were rope. You are sending signals that change its structure, its energy systems, and its capacity. Fat cells can also change size, and some are replaced over time. But body fat is not just storage sitting quietly under the skin. It is metabolically active tissue involved in hormones, inflammation, energy balance, and communication with the rest of the body. The liver is especially remarkable because it has strong regenerative ability. If part of it is removed or damaged under certain conditions, remaining liver tissue can grow and restore much of its mass. This does not mean the liver is invincible, and it does not mean damage has no consequences, but it shows how some tissues are built with powerful renewal capacity because their work is essential and chemically demanding. By contrast, many neurons in the brain are long-lived. Some are generated during development and may remain with you for a lifetime. Certain brain regions can produce some new neurons under specific conditions, but the brain is not replaced wholesale like skin. This makes sense. The brain's value lies partly in stable networks, stored patterns, learned associations, and delicate connections. If all neurons were constantly replaced carelessly, memory and identity would become biologically unstable. So the body makes a compromise. Some tissues renew rapidly to protect and repair. Others preserve continuity to keep function stable. Heart muscle cells also renew very slowly compared with many other tissues. The heart beats relentlessly year after year, but its muscle cells are not swapped out quickly like disposable parts. Damage to heart tissue can therefore be serious because repair is limited compared with tissues that regenerate more easily. Even your eyes contain structures with unusual cellular histories. Some cells in the lens are formed early and remain, contributing to the transparent structure that must keep its organization for vision. Over time, changes in proteins and structure can affect clarity, reminding us that long-lived cells and materials carry history in a way rapidly renewed tissues do not. This is the key lesson. Your body is not young or old all at once. It is a mosaic of ages. Some cells are newly made. Some are months old. Some have been shaped by years of use. Some parts carry traces from early life. You are not one biological clock, but many clocks ticking at different speeds inside one living pattern. And this unevenness is not a design flaw. It is strategy. A surface exposed to damage must renew. A network responsible for memory must preserve. A barrier must shed. A skeleton must remodel. A bloodstream must refresh. A heart must endure. The body assigns different forms of time to different tissues because different tissues solve different problems. This also means that healing is not one single process. A cut in the skin may close visibly within days, while deeper tissue repair may continue longer. Bone can take weeks or months to mend. Nerves can recover slowly and sometimes incompletely, depending on the injury. The body's repair is not lazy. It is specific. It follows the rules of the tissue involved, the blood supply available, the level of damage, the age and health of the organism, and the signals moving through the immune and endocrine systems. This is why the body can feel both miraculous and frustrating. Some changes happen quickly enough to see. Others happen quietly, beneath awareness, over long stretches of time. You may want every part of yourself to heal at the speed of skin, but some parts move at the pace of bone, nerve, or memory, and perhaps there is a gentle wisdom in understanding that. Renewal is not always dramatic. Sometimes it is invisible. Sometimes it is slow because the structure being preserved is delicate. Sometimes the body protects continuity more than speed. And inside this uneven renewal, your sense of self becomes even more mysterious. If your skin changes, your blood refreshes, your gut lining renews, your bones remodel, your muscles adapt, and some cells remain for decades, where exactly is the same you located? It is not in one permanent cell. It is not in one unchanged material. It is in the pattern that survives through unequal replacement. You are like a city where some roads are repaired every season. Some buildings are rebuilt after storms. Some ancient walls remain. Some lights are replaced nightly. And yet the city keeps its name because its relationships, memories, and functions continue. The body is not a single-age object. It is an agreement between renewal and preservation. This should make you careful with the phrase, "my body." It is yours, but it is also a living process that has never stopped negotiating with time. The breakfast you ate becomes chemistry. The air you breathe becomes part of blood exchange. Sleep helps repair and regulate. Movement tells tissues what strength they need. Stress can change immune activity, hormones, digestion, and recovery. Your habits speak to your cells in slow biological language. Not every outcome is under your control, and it would be dishonest to pretend that health is simply a matter of willpower. Genetics, environment, age, illness, chance, and access to care all matter. But it is still true that the body listens to patterns. Nourishment, rest, movement, toxins, infections, sunlight, pressure, repetition, and recovery. Cells replace themselves unevenly, and the conditions around them shape how well that renewal can happen. So the next time you look in the mirror and feel like nothing has changed, remember that the still image is hiding many timelines. Your gut is renewing its surface. Your blood is replacing its workers. Your skin is quietly shedding its outer story. Your bones are remodeling in silence. Some neurons are holding memories from years ago. Some tissues are repairing damage you never noticed. Some cells are new arrivals. Others are old witnesses. You are not being rebuilt evenly, and that is exactly why you can remain yourself. Too much change, and continuity would dissolve. Too little change, and life could not repair itself. Between those extremes, your body finds a living rhythm, replacing what must be renewed, preserving what must remain, and carrying you forward as a shifting pattern that still feels, somehow, like home. DNA is not a simple blueprint. DNA is often described as the instruction manual of life, but that phrase is so simple it almost hides the real mystery. A manual tells a machine exactly what to do, step by step, as if every part already knows its place, and every outcome is written in advance. But your body is not built that way. DNA is not a rigid blueprint, where one gene equals one trait, one section equals one body part, and one code produces one fixed destiny. It is more like a library, a recipe collection, a control system, and a living archive all at once. Powerful, but not self-executing, and never working alone. The same DNA sits inside nearly every cell in your body, yet those cells become wildly different things. A skin cell, a liver cell, a neuron, a muscle cell, and a blood cell may carry almost the same genetic text, but they do not read the same parts in the same way. This is one of the first clues that DNA is not a simple blueprint. If it were, every cell with the same instructions would try to build the same structure. Instead, cells use DNA selectively. They turn certain genes on, turn others off, increase some signals, silence others, and respond to their surroundings. A neuron does not become a neuron because it owns different DNA from a skin cell. It becomes a neuron because it uses the shared DNA differently. In this sense, the genome is not a finished building plan. It is a set of possibilities controlled by context. The cell matters. The chemical environment matters. Timing matters. Signals from nearby cells matter. Hormones, nutrients, stress, age, development, and injury can all influence how genetic information is used. This is called gene expression, and it is one of the most important ideas for understanding life. Your genes do not simply do things by themselves. They are read, regulated, copied into temporary messages, translated into proteins, modified, folded, moved, combined, and controlled. Proteins then become tools, structures, enzymes, signals, receptors, and machines inside the cell. But even here, the story is not simple. One gene can sometimes contribute to more than one protein through processes like alternative splicing, where cells edit a genetic message in different ways before making a final product. A protein's job can also depend on how it folds, where it is placed, what molecules attach to it, and what other proteins it interacts with. So the path from DNA to life is not a straight line. It is a network. It is conversation. It is regulation layered on regulation. Even the parts of DNA that do not directly code for proteins are not meaningless trash. Some regions help control when and where genes are activated. Some are involved in chromosome structure. Some influence how DNA is packaged. Some may have no known function, and scientists are careful not to claim every single piece has a clear purpose. But the old idea that only protein-coding genes matter is far too narrow. Much of biology happens in the control of reading, not just in the written words themselves. Imagine having a vast library where the same books can create medicine, poetry, architecture, or music, depending on which pages are opened. When they are read, who reads them, and what tools are available in the room. That is closer to DNA than a simple blueprint. And then there is epigenetics, a word that is often exaggerated online, but when explained carefully, it is deeply real. Epigenetics refers to chemical marks and packaging changes that affect how genes are expressed without changing the underlying DNA sequence. These marks can help cells remember what kind of cell they are. They can respond to environment, development, and experience. They are not magic switches that allow thoughts to rewrite your entire biology instantly, and they do not mean you can control every gene with willpower. But they do show that genetic information is not used in isolation. The genome lives inside a cell that is listening to conditions. A body carries inherited DNA, but it also carries layers of regulation shaped by time and environment. This is why identical twins, who begin with nearly the same DNA, can still develop differences over life. Their bodies pass through different experiences, infections, diets, stresses, habits, and random developmental events. Their genes are highly similar, but their lives are not identical scripts. DNA gives tendencies, tools, constraints, vulnerabilities, and capacities. It does not write every scene in advance. The environment does not erase genetics, and genetics does not erase the environment. Life appears in the interaction between them. This matters because people often misunderstand DNA in two opposite ways. One mistake is to treat genes as destiny, as if a person is only the unfolding of a code written before birth. The other mistake is to ignore genes completely, as if biology can be reshaped without limits. The truth is more interesting and more honest. Genes matter profoundly. They influence body structure, metabolism, development, disease risk, brain chemistry, immune function, appearance, and countless traits. Some genetic changes can have strong effects. Some conditions are clearly caused by specific mutations. But for many human traits, especially complex ones like height, temperament, intelligence, disease risk, or behavior, many genes interact with many environmental factors. The result is not a single switch. It is a landscape of probabilities. DNA helps set the range of possible paths, while life helps determine which paths become more likely. Even development in the womb is not just a genetic program running in silence. Cells communicate. Gradients of chemical signals guide growth. Mechanical forces shape tissues. Timing must be precise. A developing body is not assembled like furniture from instructions in a box. It grows through self-organization, feedback, correction, and interaction. The embryo becomes a body through a sequence of living decisions made by cells responding to signals. No tiny picture of the finished person is hidden inside the DNA. There is no miniature map of your face, no pre-drawn plan of every wrinkle, no exact recording of every future thought. The genome contains instructions for molecules and regulatory systems that allow development to happen. But the final organism emerges through process. That word matters, process. Life is not printed, it unfolds. And this makes DNA even more beautiful, not less. If DNA were just a blueprint, it would be impressive but mechanical. Instead, it is part of a dynamic living system, a text that must be read by cells, edited by context, protected from damage, repaired when possible, copied with astonishing care, and sometimes changed by mutation. Mutations are not automatically good or bad. Some are harmful, some neutral, some useful in certain environments. Over generations, variation and selection help shape evolution. The diversity of life on Earth exists partly because DNA can be copied with high accuracy, but not perfect sameness. Life needs both stability and variation. Too many errors and organisms fail. Too little change, and adaptation stops. DNA sits at this delicate boundary between memory and possibility. It preserves the past, but it also allows the future to differ. In your own body, DNA is being read right now in countless cells, not loudly, not dramatically, but continuously. Some cells are making proteins for repair. Some are responding to signals. Some are defending against threats. Some are preparing to divide. Some are maintaining their identity. The genetic text is quiet, but its use is alive. And perhaps the deepest lesson is this: you are not simply your DNA. You are DNA plus cellular machinery, development, environment, memory, metabolism, chance, culture, relationships, and time. Your genome is not a prison, and it is not a fantasy of unlimited freedom. It is a powerful inheritance, a living archive handed to every cell, but the body must interpret it moment by moment. So the next time you hear someone say DNA is the blueprint of life, let the phrase soften in your mind. DNA is more like a language than a blueprint, and life is the speaking of that language under changing conditions. The same letters can become different meanings depending on where they are read, when they are read, and what the cell needs to become. You are not a building copied from a plan. You are a biological conversation still unfolding, written partly in ancient code, partly in present conditions, and partly in the quiet, living intelligence of cells learning how to become you. Memory is reconstruction. The memory you trust most may not be a recording you carry, but a story your brain rebuilds every time you return to it. This is a difficult truth to accept, because memory feels like proof. You remember a room, a face, a sentence, a childhood afternoon, a mistake, a moment of embarrassment, a person you once loved, and the memory arrives with a powerful inner certainty. This happened. This is how it was. This is what I saw. This is what I felt. But the brain does not store most memories like a perfect video file waiting untouched in a sealed archive. It stores fragments, patterns, associations, emotional tones, sensory traces, meanings, and connections. And when you remember, it gathers those pieces again into a usable experience. Memory is reconstruction. It is not simple replay. Each act of remembering is more like rebuilding a room from scattered materials than opening a preserved photograph. Some pieces may be accurate, some may be missing, some may be filled in by expectation, some may be softened by time, sharpened by emotion, or reshaped by what you later learned. This does not mean all memories are false, and it does not mean the past is meaningless. It means remembering is an active biological process, not a passive window. When an experience first happens, your brain does not capture everything with equal detail. Attention decides what enters strongly. Emotion decides what becomes important. Sleep helps stabilize some memories and weaken others. The hippocampus, a structure deep in the brain, plays a key role in forming many new memories and linking details into a coherent episode. While different parts of the cortex help store sensory, language, emotional, and conceptual pieces over time. But even from the beginning, memory is selective. You may remember the fear in a moment more clearly than the color of the walls. You may remember a person's tone more strongly than their exact words. You may remember where you were standing, but not what happened seconds before. The brain does not preserve life evenly. It preserves what seems useful, threatening, meaningful, repeated, surprising, or emotionally charged. And when you later recall the event, the memory becomes flexible again for a short time. This process is often called reconsolidation. The memory can be restored after being accessed, and during that time, it may be updated, weakened, strengthened, or altered by new information and current feelings. This is why memory can drift. A story told many times can become smoother, more dramatic, more certain, or more simplified than the original event. A family story repeated for years can feel like personal memory, even if parts were learned from photographs or other people's descriptions. A painful memory can grow darker if revisited during fear, or become less sharp when processed in safety. Your brain is not trying to betray you. It is trying to make the past useful for the present. Memory evolved not only to preserve what happened, but to guide what might happen next. It helps you predict danger, recognize people, avoid past mistakes, repeat successful actions, and maintain a sense of identity. In that sense, memory is not a museum. It is a workshop. It uses the past to build expectations for the future. This is why memories are shaped by meaning. If you once failed at something and later came to see it as the beginning of growth, the emotional shape of that memory can change. The facts may remain, but the role they play in your story becomes different. The same event can feel like humiliation, then lesson, then turning point, depending on the life that follows it. The brain does not remember events as dead facts alone. It remembers them inside a living narrative. And that narrative is constantly influenced by who you are now. This is also why eyewitness memory can be unreliable even when the person is sincere. Stress, poor lighting, speed, fear, suggestion, leading questions, and later conversations can change what someone believes they saw. A witness may not be lying. They may be remembering a reconstruction that feels completely real. The confidence of a memory does not always prove its accuracy. The brain can be deeply certain and still mistaken. This is uncomfortable, but it is also important. It teaches humility. It asks you to be careful when judging your own past and the memories of others. False memories can form when imagination, suggestion, repetition, and belief become woven together. If a person imagines an event vividly enough, hears others describe it, or sees related images, the brain may later treat some of that imagined material as if it belongs to memory. This does not happen because humans are foolish. It happens because the same brain systems used to remember the past are also used to imagine possible scenes. Memory and imagination share tools. Both involve building mental experiences from stored pieces. The difference is that memory carries a tag of pastness, a feeling that says, "This happened." But that feeling can sometimes be wrong. The brain's ability to simulate is powerful, and sometimes the border between remembering and imagining becomes thinner than we want to believe. Yet this weakness is also connected to one of our greatest strengths. Because memory is reconstructive, you can learn, you can reinterpret, you can heal. A memory that was once unbearable can be placed into a broader context. A fear learned in one chapter of life can be updated when the world becomes safer. Therapy often works partly because the brain can revisit painful memories in new conditions and change how they are stored emotionally. Again, this does not erase the past, and it should never be used to pretend harm did not happen. But it shows that the emotional meaning of memory is not always frozen forever. The brain can carry wounds, but it can also revise the relationship it has with those wounds. Memory is alive enough to hurt and alive enough to soften. Even ordinary forgetting has a purpose. We often think of forgetting as failure, as if a perfect mind would store every detail forever. But forgetting helps the brain function. If you remembered every face in every crowd, every object in every room, every tiny sensation from every day, your mind would drown in useless detail. Forgetting helps extract what matters. It clears space for general patterns. It allows you to know what a cafe is without remembering every cup you have ever seen. It helps you adapt when old information becomes irrelevant. A mind that never forgot might not be wise. It might be trapped. Memory needs both preservation and release. It needs enough continuity to give you a self, and enough flexibility to let that self change. This is why your identity feels continuous even though your memories are incomplete. You are not carrying your whole life in perfect detail. You are carrying a selected, edited, emotionally weighted version of it. Childhood becomes a handful of scenes. Years compress into moods. People become symbols of safety, loss, longing, pain, or belonging. Some days vanish entirely, while one sentence from years ago stays bright. Your sense of self is built from these remembered fragments, but also from the gaps between them. You are partly what you remember, partly what you forgot, and partly what your brain has reconstructed to make the story feel whole. That can feel unsettling, but it can also feel tender. The mind is not a cold archive. It is a living storyteller trying to keep you oriented through time. So the next time a memory rises with absolute certainty, hold it with respect, but not with blind worship. Ask gently what part is fact, what part is feeling, what part may have been added later, what part has changed because you have changed. Let memory be meaningful without forcing it to be perfect. The past is not stored inside you as a flawless film. It is rebuilt in the present by a brain that is still alive, still interpreting, still protecting, still searching for coherence. And maybe that is why remembering can feel so powerful, because each memory is not only a trace of who you were, but an act performed by who you are now. Memory is reconstruction, and through that reconstruction, the past does not return exactly as it was. It returns as something your present mind can hold, question, and sometimes finally understand. Consciousness has no final definition. Consciousness is the one thing you can never step outside of, yet it is also the one thing science still cannot define with final certainty. You do not need a textbook to know that you are experiencing something right now. There is a feeling of being here, a quiet inner presence behind the eyes, a sense that sounds, thoughts, sensations, emotions, and the world around you are appearing to someone. You may not always notice this awareness directly because it is so close that it becomes invisible, like the air around your face or the background hum of a room. But the moment you ask, what is it like to be me right now? Consciousness becomes strange. It is not simply being awake, because a person can be awake yet distracted, confused, or unaware of important things around them. It is not simply intelligence, because a machine can solve problems without anyone knowing whether there is an inner experience inside it. It is not simply attention, because some things can influence the brain before they become consciously noticed. It is not simply self-awareness, because a baby, an animal, or a dreaming person may have experience without holding a clear, reflective idea of I am myself. This is why consciousness has no final definition. The word points to several related mysteries at once: wakefulness, awareness, subjectivity, feeling, reportability, attention, selfhood, and the private quality of experience. Scientists can measure brain activity, track sleep stages, study anesthesia, observe coma recovery, test perception, scan networks, and compare behavior. But none of these alone fully captures what it means for experience to exist from the inside. A brain scan can show patterns linked to pain, but it cannot directly show the redness of red, the ache of grief, the taste of salt, the softness of a memory, or the silent fact that something is being felt. This gap is often called the hard problem of consciousness. Why should physical processes in the brain be accompanied by subjective experience at all? We can study how neurons communicate, how signals travel, how attention selects information, how the brain integrates sensory input, and how behavior is produced. But the deeper question remains: why does any of this feel like something? Why is there an inner world rather than only biological processing in the dark? Some researchers approach consciousness by looking for its neural correlates, the brain patterns that reliably appear when someone is conscious of something. For example, certain forms of coordinated activity across wide brain networks seem important for reportable awareness. When you consciously notice a sound or image, it is not only a small local reaction. The information often becomes available to larger systems involved in attention, memory, language, planning, and action. One influential idea, sometimes called global workspace theory, suggests that consciousness may happen when information becomes globally available to many parts of the brain, like a message placed on a shared stage where different systems can use it. Another approach, integrated information theory, tries to describe consciousness in terms of how deeply a system's information is unified, though its claims are debated and difficult to test fully. Other approaches focus on prediction, embodiment, attention, recurrent processing, or the brain's ability to model itself and the world. None has become the final answer. Each theory catches part of the animal, but the whole creature keeps moving. This is not a failure of science. It is a sign that consciousness may not be one simple thing. It may be a layered process with different levels and forms. There is basic arousal, the difference between deep unconsciousness and wakefulness. There is perceptual awareness, where sights, sounds, and bodily feelings become part of experience. There is emotional consciousness, where the body state becomes fear, calm, longing, or unease. There is self-consciousness, where experience is connected to an identity, a history, a name, a body, and a story. There is reflective awareness, where you can think about your own thoughts. These layers can separate in unusual conditions. In dreams, you may experience a vivid world while lying still with eyes closed. Under anesthesia, consciousness can disappear in a way that feels like no time passed at all. In some neurological conditions, people may respond to parts of the world without consciously seeing them. In locked-in syndrome, a person may remain conscious while almost unable to move or speak, reminding us how dangerous it is to equate outward behavior with inner presence. In coma and minimally conscious states, doctors must look carefully for signs of awareness, because the boundary between absence and hidden experience can be difficult to judge. These cases show that consciousness is not an on or off light switch in the simple way we imagine. It is more like a dimmer, a constellation, a set of capacities that can brighten, fade, fragment, or return. And because it is private, it creates a unique scientific challenge. Everything else in science can be observed from the outside, at least in principle. We can measure temperature, mass, electrical activity, chemical concentration, blood flow, and behavior. But experience itself is known first person. You know your own awareness directly, but others know it only through your words, actions, and brain activity. This is why consciousness sits at the border between science and philosophy. It belongs to biology because it depends on the brain and body. It belongs to psychology because it shapes perception, emotion, and identity. It belongs to medicine because its loss or alteration changes life completely. It belongs to philosophy because it asks what it means for matter to have an inside. And it belongs to everyday life because every joy, every fear, every question, every act of love, every moment of beauty only matters to you because it appears in consciousness. Without consciousness, the universe might still contain stars, oceans, atoms, and motion. But there would be no sunrise as seen, no music as heard, no pain as suffered, no kindness as received. Consciousness is not just another topic inside experience. It is the condition that makes experience possible. Yet we must be careful not to fill the mystery with false certainty. It would be dishonest to say science has solved consciousness. It would also be dishonest to say consciousness is beyond science forever. The honest position is more patient. We know a great deal about the brain systems that support awareness. We can change consciousness with sleep, injury, drugs, meditation, disease, and anesthesia, and we can study many of its mechanisms. But the final definition remains open. Maybe consciousness will one day be explained through a better theory of brain dynamics. Maybe it will require new concepts we do not yet have. Maybe the word itself will be divided into smaller, clearer questions, and what now feels like one mystery will become many solvable problems. But for now, consciousness remains the nearest unknown. You cannot point to it like an object on a table, yet you cannot deny it without using it. You cannot hold it in your hand, yet every hand you have ever held was known through it. It is the quiet room in which the world appears. So the next time you sit alone, listening to your breath, aware of a thought passing and fading, do not rush past the strangeness of that simple fact. Something is being experienced. There is a world, and there is the felt presence of the world. There is a body, and there is the feeling of being this body. There is a thought, and there is the awareness that the thought has arrived. Consciousness has no final definition, not because it is empty, but because it is too close, too layered, too private, and too deep to be captured by one simple sentence. And perhaps the most honest beginning is this. Consciousness is the mystery that does not wait at the edge of the universe. It wakes up every time you do. The present is processed late. The moment you call now has already been quietly edited before you arrive inside it. This is one of the strangest truths about being conscious. Your experience of the present feels immediate, sharp, and alive. Yet the brain cannot give you raw reality at the exact instant it happens. It needs time to receive signals, compare them, organize them, correct them, and bind them into one usable scene. Light must be processed. Sound must be decoded. Touch, balance, body position, and inner signals must be arranged into a single feeling of being here. None of this takes long on the scale of daily life, but it is not instant. The brain works fast enough to make the world feel continuous, but not fast enough to show you the present without delay. You live in a constructed now, a carefully assembled moment that arrives slightly after the physical events that caused it. This does not mean you are hopelessly disconnected from reality, and it does not mean the world is fake. It means your brain gives you a practical present, not a perfectly raw one. Think about what would happen if every signal reached awareness separately, exactly when it arrived, without any coordination. Light reaches the eyes before some slower body signals finish traveling. Sound moves through air much slower than light moves through space. Touch from your toe takes longer to reach the brain than touch from your face. Signals inside the nervous system travel at different speeds, depending on the nerve fibers involved. If the brain simply displayed everything in the order it physically arrived, experience would feel fragmented. A clap from across a room might be seen before it is heard. A touch on the foot and a touch on the shoulder might not feel synchronized, even if they happened at the same time. Movement would smear into confusion. Speech would not line up with lips. The world would not feel like one present moment. It would feel like many streams arriving out of step. So the brain does something remarkable. It waits just enough, compares just enough, predicts just enough, and stitches the signals together into a single coherent scene. Your present is not a point. It is a short window. Within that window, the brain gathers information from different senses and treats them as one event if they belong together. This is why you can watch someone speak and feel their voice and mouth movements as one unified action, even though the signals reach you through different physical routes. It is why a drummer's strike and the sound of the drum can feel connected. It is why a tap on the skin becomes one clean sensation instead of a confusing series of electrical messages. The brain is not only detecting events, it is synchronizing them. It is building a timeline you can live inside. And because it is building, it sometimes reveals the machinery. Visual illusions involving motion show that the brain often predicts where a moving object is likely to be by the time awareness catches up. In the flash lag effect, a moving object can appear slightly ahead of a flashed object that is physically aligned with it, suggesting that perception is not simply a passive record, but a constantly updated estimate. Your brain is trying to compensate for its own processing delay. It is not waiting like a slow camera. It is leaning forward, guessing the near future based on recent motion, so that your actions can stay useful. When you catch a ball, cross a street, reach for a cup, or avoid a moving object, you are not responding to a perfectly fresh image of the world. You are responding to a brain-made estimate that combines recent information with prediction. The brain must do this because a body that waited for complete certainty would be too late. Life rewards timely guesses more than perfect delays. This is why the present feels immediate, even though it is processed late. The brain hides the delay by forecasting, correcting, and smoothing. Most of the time, the system works so well that you never notice it. You turn your head and the world does not smear into nonsense. You blink, and you do not experience darkness as a broken gap. You move your eyes rapidly several times a second, and yet the room feels stable. The brain suppresses some blur, fills continuity, and updates the scene so smoothly that you feel as if you are looking at one steady world. But beneath that calm experience, your nervous system is performing constant temporal work. It is deciding what belongs with what. It is deciding which signals came from the same cause. It is deciding whether something happened before or after something else. It is deciding how long an event lasted. And these decisions are not always perfect. In some experiments, a person's sense of when they made a decision, when a stimulus occurred, or when an action caused an effect can shift depending on attention, expectation, and feedback. The famous studies associated with readiness signals before voluntary movement have often been discussed in relation to free will, but they should be handled carefully. They do not prove that consciousness is useless or that choice is an illusion. What they do show is that the timing of intention, action, and awareness is more complicated than it feels from the inside. The brain can begin preparing an action before you clearly report the conscious urge to move. Awareness may not be the first spark of every process. Sometimes it may be part of a larger chain, arriving after unconscious preparation has already begun. This does not make you a puppet. It makes you a layered organism. Some parts of your mind prepare, some monitor, some inhibit, some explain, and some become conscious. The now of decision is not a single glowing button. It is a moving process. The same is true for emotion. You may feel suddenly anxious and only afterward realize what triggered it. You may react to a facial expression before you can name it. You may sense danger before you understand why. The body and brain are constantly processing below awareness, and consciousness often receives the result after the first wave of response has already begun. Again, this does not make consciousness fake. It makes consciousness late in some ways and powerful in others. It can reflect, redirect, reinterpret, slow down, learn, and reshape future responses. It may not always arrive first, but it can still change what happens next. The processed present is not a prison. It is the control room you enter after many hidden systems have already gathered the data. And the delay is not only neurological, it is also necessary for meaning. A single sound is just a vibration until the brain places it in pattern. A single facial movement becomes an expression only when compared with context. A word becomes language only because the brain holds earlier sounds long enough to connect them with later ones. Music depends on this. A melody is not contained in one note. It exists because the brain keeps what has just happened, anticipates what may come next, and feels the relationship between them. Speech works the same way. You understand a sentence by holding the beginning while the ending arrives. Even the present moment has a small memory built into it. If the brain could not retain the immediate past for a brief time, experience would become a flicker with no flow. If it could not anticipate the immediate future, action would become clumsy and late. So the present is not a knife edge. It is more like a small field of awareness, carrying a little of what just happened and a little of what is expected next. You do not live in a mathematical instant. You live in a thickened now. And this thickened now is what makes experience feel like a stream rather than a stack of disconnected frames. It gives time its felt continuity. It lets a gesture become meaningful, a sentence become understandable, a rhythm become music, a glance become recognition. But it also means that what you call right now is always partly interpretation. The brain is not showing you reality at the exact moment of contact. It is showing you its best organized version of events after enough processing has happened to make them coherent. This can be humbling. The present feels like the most certain thing you have, yet even it is constructed, not invented from nothing, not detached from the world, but assembled from signals that had to travel, be filtered, and be placed into order. Your brain gives you a now that is useful enough for survival, rich enough for meaning, and stable enough for identity. It is late, but beautifully late. It is delayed, but not useless. It is a small, living translation of a world that is always moving faster than awareness can catch directly. And perhaps this changes how you understand your own life. When you feel overwhelmed, part of that overwhelm may come from the fact that your brain is not simply receiving the world. It is constantly timing it, binding it, predicting it, and updating it. When you feel calm, the system has quietly succeeded in making countless signals agree. When you feel surprised, prediction has failed, and the present has to be rebuilt. When you feel absorbed in music, conversation, prayer, work, or silence, the brain is shaping time into a flow you can inhabit. You are not standing at the front edge of reality, like a witness watching events arrive untouched. You are standing slightly downstream, where the nervous system has already turned impact into experience. So the next time you snap your fingers, blink, hear your name, or watch rain slide down a window, let the ordinary moment become mysterious. The event happens, signals travel, the brain gathers them, prediction fills the gap, awareness opens, and only then does the present feel present. You are not late in a tragic way. The brain predicts reality. Your brain is not waiting for reality to arrive. It is already guessing what reality will be before the evidence is complete. This is one of the most important and unsettling ideas in modern neuroscience, because it turns ordinary perception upside down. You may feel as if the world enters you from the outside, as if your eyes, ears, skin, and body simply collect information and deliver it to awareness. But the brain is not a passive receiver sitting in the dark. It is an active prediction machine. It constantly uses past experience, context, expectation, body state, and incoming signals to build its best guess of what is happening now and what is likely to happen next. Then it checks that guess against sensory evidence. When the evidence matches, the world feels smooth, obvious, and immediate. When the evidence does not match, surprise appears, attention sharpens, and the brain updates its model. This is not imagination replacing reality. It is the practical strategy of a nervous system that must act quickly in an uncertain world. If the brain waited for perfect information before every movement, every decision, every interpretation, you would be too slow to survive. So it predicts. It anticipates the shape of a room before your eyes inspect every corner. It expects the feel of a step before your foot lands. It prepares your body for a familiar voice before the sentence is finished. It fills the meaning of a word before every sound has fully arrived. It recognizes a face not by measuring every detail from scratch, but by comparing the incoming pattern with memories and expectations built over years. This is why perception feels effortless. The brain is not constructing the world from zero each moment. It is updating a living model. Think about walking downstairs. You do not consciously calculate the height of every step. Your brain predicts where your foot should land based on experience, vision, balance, and the rhythm of movement. Most of the time, this works so well that you do not notice the prediction. But if one step is unexpectedly lower or higher than expected, your whole body reacts. The shock is not only physical, it is predictive. Reality violated the brain's forecast. The same happens when you lift a suitcase you expect to be heavy and it turns out to be empty. Your muscles prepare for one world, but the world gives another, and for a moment the body feels almost foolish, as if it had leaned into a future that did not arrive. Prediction is everywhere, because the brain must control a body, not just observe a scene. It predicts the sensory consequences of your own actions, which is why you usually cannot tickle yourself as intensely as someone else can. When you move your own fingers, the brain predicts the touch and reduces the surprise. When someone else touches you, the signal is less predictable, so it feels stronger, more external, more alive. This ability helps separate self-generated sensations from events caused by the outside world. Without that distinction, your own movements might constantly startle you. The brain is always asking quietly, did I cause this, or did the world cause this? Prediction also shapes language. When you listen to someone speak, You are not waiting until the last word to understand the sentence. Your brain is predicting possible meanings as the words unfold. That is why you can often finish a familiar phrase in your mind before another person says it. It is also why a sentence can feel surprising when the final word breaks the expected pattern. The brain narrows possibilities, prepares interpretations, and then revises them when needed. Reading works similarly. You do not inspect each letter as a stranger. You use context, word shapes, grammar, and expectation to move quickly through meaning. This is why you can sometimes miss a typo in a sentence you wrote yourself. Your brain knows what you meant to say, so it predicts the correct word and quietly overlooks the mismatch. Prediction makes you efficient, but it can also make you blind. This is where the idea becomes more serious. Because the brain predicts reality, it can sometimes see what it expects instead of what is there. Not in a dramatic hallucination, but in small, everyday ways. If you expect someone to be angry, a neutral face may look cold. If you feel unsafe, an ordinary noise may seem threatening. If you believe a situation will fail, your attention may lock onto every sign of failure and ignore evidence of progress. Perception is not only shaped by the world, it is shaped by the brain's model of the world. This does not mean reality is whatever you believe. Reality pushes back. Bad predictions create errors, and enough evidence can force the brain to update. But it does mean your experience is never purely raw. It is filtered through expectation. The brain's predictions are built from your history, and history can be useful or limiting. A child who grows up in danger may become excellent at predicting threat, but later in a safer environment, that same predictive system may keep seeing danger too quickly. Someone who has been rejected many times may predict rejection even from small pauses, brief messages, or tired expressions. The brain is not trying to create suffering. It is trying to reduce uncertainty by using what it learned before. But the old model can become too strong. It can keep the body living in a past pattern even when the present has changed. This is why healing often involves more than knowing something logically. The brain must gather enough new evidence, repeated enough times, in safe enough conditions to update its predictions. It has to learn not just as a thought, but as a body. Predictive processing also helps explain why context changes experience. A faint sound at noon may be ignored, but the same sound at midnight may feel alarming. A shadow in a calm park may be nothing, but a shadow in a dark alley may become a possible threat. The physical signal can be similar, yet the brain's interpretation changes because the surrounding situation changes the prediction. This is not weakness, it is intelligence. The brain is designed to interpret signals in context because signals do not carry their full meaning alone. A raised voice can mean anger, excitement, urgency, performance, or play, depending on the situation. A fast heartbeat can mean fear, exercise, attraction, illness, or anticipation. The body supplies signals, but the brain must infer what they mean. Even emotions may work partly this way. Your brain receives information from the body: heartbeat, breathing, muscle tension, stomach sensations, hormonal changes, and combines it with context to predict what state you are in. Sometimes that prediction becomes fear, sometimes excitement, sometimes grief, sometimes hunger is mistaken for irritation, or exhaustion becomes hopelessness, or tension becomes anger before you understand the deeper cause. The brain is not reading emotions from a perfect inner label. It is constructing them from bodily signals, situation, memory, and meaning. This is why changing the context can change the feeling. A racing heart before a dangerous event feels different from a racing heart before stepping onto a stage or meeting someone you love. The signal is partly similar, but the prediction changes the experience. The brain predicts not because it wants to deceive you, but because the world is too complex to process from the bottom up every time. There is simply too much information. At every moment, the brain receives more sensory input than conscious awareness can handle. Prediction helps decide what matters. It suppresses what is expected and highlights what is unexpected. That is why you stop noticing the feeling of clothes on your skin after a while, or the hum of a refrigerator, or the background smell of a room. The brain predicts these constant signals and reduces their importance. But when something changes, A sudden silence, a new smell, a different pressure, a sound that does not belong. Attention returns. Surprise is the brain's way of saying, my model needs checking. This is one reason novelty wakes the mind. It creates prediction error. It tells the nervous system that the world is not matching the map. And learning is, in many ways, the art of improving the map. When a baby reaches for an object and misses, the brain updates the connection between vision and movement. When you learn a new language, your brain slowly predicts which sounds and words are likely to come together. When you practice an instrument, your motor system predicts the feel, timing, and sound of each movement more accurately over time. Skill is not just repetition, it is prediction becoming precise. The expert does not see the same world as the beginner. A chess master sees patterns where a beginner sees pieces. A musician hears structure where others hear notes. A doctor notices signs in a patient's face, posture, or breathing that others may miss. Experience reshapes prediction, and prediction reshapes perception. This is powerful, but it also carries responsibility. If your brain's model becomes too narrow, it may stop seeing alternatives. If you expect the world to be boring, you may overlook wonder. If you expect people to disappoint you, you may miss kindness. If you expect yourself to fail, you may interpret difficulty as proof instead of process. The brain's predictions are not destiny, but they are momentum. They guide attention, and attention guides action. Action then creates new evidence, which either confirms the old model or begins to change it. This loop is one reason beliefs can become self-reinforcing. A fearful prediction can lead to avoidance. Avoidance prevents new evidence. Without new evidence, the fear remains. A hopeful prediction, handled realistically, can lead to small attempts. Attempts create feedback. Feedback updates the model. Probability shapes nature. A single unstable atom does not carry a tiny countdown clock inside it, and that may be one of the clearest signs that nature is not built only from certainty. You can place a radioactive atom in a detector, study its type, know its average behavior, understand the decay process, and still not know the exact moment it will change. It may decay soon. It may wait longer. No hidden schedule appears in the usual scientific description that tells you precisely when that one atom will release its particle or energy. But if you gather many atoms of the same kind, a pattern emerges with astonishing reliability. You cannot predict the fate of one with perfect certainty, yet you can predict the behavior of the crowd. This is the strange power of probability. It does not always tell you what one event must do. It tells you what many events are likely to do. And nature, again and again, seems to build stable worlds out of uncertain pieces. This is not the same as saying everything is random in a careless way. Probability is not chaos without rules. It is order expressed through likelihood. In quantum physics, probability is not just a sign of human ignorance, as if the universe has already chosen every outcome and we simply lack the information. In many interpretations of quantum mechanics, probability is woven into the behavior of tiny systems themselves. An electron in an atom is not described as a little dot with a perfectly known path waiting to be uncovered. It is described by a pattern of possible outcomes, a structured cloud of where it might be found and how it might behave if measured. The cloud is not meaningless, it has shape. It follows laws, it can be calculated and tested, but it gives nature's answers in chances, not ordinary guarantees. When scientists predict where an electron is likely to be, they are not guessing blindly. They are reading one of the deepest statistical languages the universe speaks. The same is true for light, atoms, and particles in countless experiments. The individual result may be uncertain, while the overall pattern is exact enough to build lasers, computer chips, medical imaging, atomic clocks, and much of modern technology. This is the first deep lesson. Uncertainty at the small scale can still produce reliability at the large scale. A casino uses randomness to create profit by relying on repeated patterns. Nature does something far more profound. It uses probabilistic behavior at tiny scales. Yet from those probabilities come atoms with stable properties, chemistry with dependable rules, and a world solid enough for life to stand on. Even in biology, probability quietly shapes what exists. Every person begins from a combination of genetic material that could have been different. The exact sperm and egg that formed you were not inevitable in any simple sense. Your traits emerged from inheritance, development, environment, and countless small contingencies. Mutations can occur when DNA is copied, sometimes causing harm, sometimes doing nothing noticeable, and occasionally creating variation that becomes important over generations. Evolution does not work by knowing the future. It does not design with a finished goal in mind. Variation appears, some of it random with respect to what an organism needs, and then environments filter that variation through survival and reproduction. This means the living world is shaped by both chance and selection. Chance opens doors. Selection decides which doors remain useful in a given environment. The wings of birds, the eyes of animals, the resistance of bacteria to antibiotics, the diversity of flowers, the immune system learning to recognize threats. All of these depend on processes where probability and constraint meet. Life is not a perfect plan unfolding from the beginning. It is a long negotiation between accident, inheritance, pressure, and adaptation. Probability also lives inside your body right now. Your immune system does not know in advance every possible invader it will meet. It generates enormous diversity in immune cells, creating many possible receptors, and then the body selects and expands the ones that recognize a threat. This is not random chaos. It is controlled variation used as a defense strategy. Your body prepares for uncertainty by producing possibility. Even the development of the brain involves probabilistic processes. Connections grow, strengthen, weaken, and refine through activity, experience, and feedback. Not every detail of who you are is predetermined like a machine part placed from a diagram. Biological systems often develop through rules that allow flexibility, and flexibility means probability has room to work. Weather gives another familiar example. A single cloud, a gust of wind, or the exact path of a storm can be difficult to predict far ahead because the atmosphere is sensitive, complex, and constantly interacting with itself. But probability allows meteorologists to speak honestly about risk, a chance of rain, a likely temperature range, a possible storm track. This is not weakness. It is the correct language for a system where many variables interact. A forecast is not a promise from nature. It is a map of likelihood. The same kind of thinking helps doctors weigh disease risk. Engineers design safe structures. Insurers estimate danger. Ecologists model populations. And scientists understand systems too complex for simple certainty. Probability is how intelligence behaves when the world is real enough to resist perfect control. And perhaps the most important shift is this: probability does not make knowledge weaker. It makes knowledge more honest. A person who demands absolute certainty in every situation may feel strong, but they are often asking the world to be simpler than it is. Nature rarely gives complete certainty. It gives patterns, ranges, tendencies, risks, distributions, and repeated evidence. Medicine does not say a treatment will help every person in exactly the same way. It studies how often it helps, whom it helps most, what side effects appear, and what uncertainty remains. Climate science does not predict every raindrop decades ahead. It studies long-term probabilities and trends in a warming system. Genetics does not turn every risk into destiny. It often tells us that certain outcomes become more or less likely. In this sense, probability is not the enemy of truth. It is one of truth's most careful forms. It admits what cannot be known exactly while still revealing what can be known reliably. This can feel unsettling because the human mind loves certainty. We want to know whether something will happen, not merely how likely it is. We want yes or no, safe or dangerous, success or failure, fate or freedom. But nature often answers in gradients. A seed has a chance to grow depending on soil, water, light, disease, and time. A species has a chance to survive depending on variation and environment. A particle has a probability of being detected in one place rather than another. A person has risk factors, protective factors, tendencies, habits, histories, and choices, none of which alone guarantees a future. Reality is not a single straight hallway with one locked ending. It is a branching field of possibilities constrained by laws. Some paths are almost impossible, some are likely, some become possible only under special conditions, and the future is shaped by how these possibilities interact. This is why probability can feel almost philosophical while remaining scientific. It teaches humility without surrender. It says you may not control every outcome, but you can change conditions. You may not know exactly what will happen, but you can understand what is more likely. You may not predict a single atom's decay, but you can predict the half-life of a substance. You may not know which mutation will matter, but you can understand how variation fuels evolution. You may not know whether one cloud will break above your street, but you can understand the weather pattern that makes rain likely. The universe is not perfectly predictable at every level, yet it is not lawless. It is structured possibility. And once you see this, ordinary life becomes easier to understand. You are not living inside a machine that reveals every next step in advance. You are living inside a world where patterns guide uncertainty, where small chances can become large consequences, where repeated actions shift likelihoods, where rare events sometimes change history, and where order can emerge from countless uncertain parts. Probability shapes nature not by replacing law, but by giving law a different voice. It is the voice of atoms that do not promise exact moments, genes that vary before selection, weather systems that speak in chances, bodies that prepare through diversity, and futures that remain open until conditions make one path real. So the next time you hear the word probably, do not treat it as a weak answer. Sometimes it is the most truthful answer the universe allows. Probability is not the absence of knowledge. It is the shape knowledge takes when reality is too deep, too active, and too alive to be reduced to certainty. And maybe that is why the world can surprise you without falling apart. Because beneath every event, nature is not only following rules, it is weighing possibilities. Chaos can hide in simple rules. A universe can begin with a rule so simple a child could repeat it, and still grow into a pattern no mind can fully predict. That is the quiet shock hidden inside chaos. Complexity does not always need complexity as its source. We often imagine disorder as something caused by too many forces, too many accidents, too many tangled details, as if the world becomes unpredictable only when the rules break down. But chaos teaches almost the opposite. Sometimes the rules are clear, sometimes the system is perfectly lawful, sometimes nothing random is being added from the outside. And still, after enough time, the outcome becomes impossible to predict in detail, because tiny differences at the beginning grow into enormous differences later. This is not the same as pure randomness. Chaos is not a storm with no rules. It is order that becomes practically unreadable. It is a system following a path so sensitive that the smallest change in starting conditions can reshape the future. The classic example is weather. The atmosphere obeys physical laws, yet long-term weather prediction remains limited because the atmosphere is full of feedback, movement, temperature differences, moisture, pressure, and countless small interactions. A tiny disturbance can influence a larger pattern, which influences a larger one, until the original difference becomes lost inside a growing chain of consequences. This is why people often speak of the butterfly effect. The idea that a small change in one place can contribute to much larger changes later. The phrase is poetic, and it should not be misunderstood as a single butterfly personally causing a specific storm in a simple, direct way. The deeper truth is subtler. In some systems, small uncertainties do not stay small. They spread, they amplify, they become part of the future in ways that make exact prediction fade. Chaos is not magic, it is sensitivity, and once you notice it, you begin to see it everywhere. A double pendulum, just two swinging arms connected together, can behave in wildly intricate ways, even though it is made from simple parts. Push it from a slightly different angle, and its motion can change dramatically. A dripping faucet can begin with steady drops, then shift into irregular rhythms depending on flow and conditions. A population of animals can grow, shrink, stabilize, or swing unpredictably when birth rates, death rates, and resource limits interact through repeated cycles. Traffic can jam for no obvious reason when small slowdowns ripple backward through cars. Crowds can form waves of motion from simple individual reactions. Even a line of people walking through a narrow space can produce patterns no single person planned. The strange lesson is that the world does not need hidden intelligence to create complex behavior. Repeated simple interactions can do it. Feedback can do it. Delay can do it. Sensitivity can do it. A rule applied again and again can become a labyrinth. This is why chaos sits so close to beauty. In mathematics and nature, simple equations and processes can produce shapes, rhythms, and patterns that look almost organic, like branching rivers, twisting smoke, flickering flames, or the edge of a cloud. The pattern is not always random, but it may never repeat exactly. It can have structure without being easy to predict. Think of a flame. It follows chemistry and fluid motion, yet no two flames dance in precisely the same way. Think of flowing water around a rock. The rules are physical, but the swirls and eddies keep changing. Think of smoke rising from a candle. At first, it may climb in a smooth column, then suddenly curl into complicated motion as tiny disturbances grow. The transition from smooth to turbulent can feel almost alive, but it does not require a soul inside the smoke. It requires motion, interaction, and instability. The world is full of places where calm rules produce restless results. And perhaps this is why chaos is so important. It breaks the old belief that if something is governed by law, it must be easy to foresee. The universe can be lawful without being fully predictable. A system can be deterministic in principle, meaning its future follows from its present state, yet unpredictable in practice, because no one can measure the present with infinite precision. If a tiny difference matters later, and you can never know the starting conditions perfectly, then certainty slowly slips away. This does not make science weak. It makes science honest. Science does not promise control over every detail. It reveals the limits of control and the patterns within those limits. In chaotic systems, prediction may be strong for a while, then gradually weaken. You may know the general season, the climate trend, the range of likely outcomes, but not the exact path of every cloud, every gust, every drop. The future is not completely open in a fantasy sense, and not completely locked in a simple sense. It is constrained, shaped, guided, and still sensitive. That balance is where chaos lives. It is also why small actions can sometimes matter more than they appear to. While other times large efforts disappear into noise, chaos does not mean every tiny thing changes everything. It means some systems contain pathways where tiny differences can be amplified under the right conditions. A single spark in a wet forest may die. A single spark in dry wind may become disaster. The same small event can be meaningless or enormous depending on the system around it. Context decides whether a difference grows. This is a useful lesson for life as well as science. A small habit repeated daily can change a body, a skill, a mind, or a relationship. A small misunderstanding can fade if repaired quickly, or grow if repeated and ignored. A small kindness may seem invisible, then become part of someone's memory for years. A small fear may vanish with evidence, or become a larger pattern if reinforced again and again. Human life is not a simple chaotic equation, and we should not pretend emotions, societies, or choices can be reduced to one scientific metaphor. But the echo is real. Repeated small differences can become large structures over time. Chaos teaches that beginnings matter, but not always in ways you can see at the beginning. It teaches that systems have memory through feedback. It teaches that the future may be shaped less by dramatic single moments than by tiny conditions allowed to grow. And this can be both unsettling and hopeful. Unsettling, because it means control is limited. You cannot calculate every consequence of every choice. You cannot guarantee the exact shape of tomorrow. You cannot see all the hidden feedback loops inside a body, a relationship, a market, an ecosystem, or a weather system. Hopeful, because it means simplicity can still create richness. A small rule can create a forest of outcomes. A small change can redirect a path. A small repeated act can become a life. The world is not only built from grand forces and dramatic events, it is also built from quiet rules applied again and again until complexity blooms. This is why nature can feel so mysterious without being supernatural. The branching of lightning, the curves of coastlines, the spirals in turbulence, the shifting behavior of animal groups, the rise and fall of populations, the unstable rhythm of fire, the pulse of weather, the movement of fluids, all of these show that simple laws can unfold into forms too detailed for easy prediction. Chaos hides inside the ordinary because the ordinary is full of repetition and feedback. A river does not plan its curves, but water, gravity, sediment, erosion, and terrain interact until a path appears. A flock does not need one master bird drawing the whole shape. Each bird responds to nearby movement, and a collective pattern emerges. A city does not breathe like a living organism in the literal sense, but traffic, schedules, decisions, lights, delays, and habits can create waves of motion that no single person controls. Complexity can emerge from local rules. This is one of the great discoveries of modern science. Not everything needs a central designer to become organized, and not everything organized is predictable. Between simple order and total randomness, there is a strange middle world where patterns form, break, reform, and surprise us. That middle world is where much of life seems to happen. So the next time you see clouds twisting in the sky, traffic slowing for no visible reason, smoke curling from a candle, or your own life changing because of something that once seemed small, remember that chaos is not the enemy of order. It is one of the ways order becomes deep. It shows that reality can be ruled by simple principles and still remain open, sensitive, alive with possibility. It reminds you that the future is not always hidden because there are no rules. Sometimes it is hidden because the rules are working too richly for your mind to follow every thread. Chaos can hide in simple rules, and from those rules, the universe learns to draw storms, rivers, flames, crowds, ecosystems, histories, and lives that never unfold exactly the same way twice. Patterns appear across scales. A river delta seen from above can look strangely like the veins in a leaf, and the branching inside your lungs can look like lightning frozen inside the body. This is not because nature is copying itself like an artist repeating one favorite sketch, but because certain patterns appear again and again when similar problems are solved at different scales. Water must find paths downhill. Blood must reach living tissue. Air must spread through the lungs. Trees must lift nutrients and sunlight through branching structures. Lightning must carve a path through charged air. In each case, the materials are different, the sizes are different, and the forces are not always identical. Yet the shapes can feel related because the underlying challenge is similar. How does something spread, collect, divide, flow, support, or connect efficiently through space? This is why patterns appear across scales. The world is not a random museum of unrelated forms. It often repeats certain arrangements because those arrangements are useful, stable, efficient, or naturally produced by simple rules acting over time. Branching is one of the clearest examples. A tree branches because leaves need access to light, while water and nutrients must travel from roots to distant tips. Your lungs branch because air entering through one passage must reach a huge surface area where oxygen and carbon dioxide can be exchanged with blood. Blood vessels branch because every cell needs supplies and waste removal. Yet the body cannot run one giant pipe to every microscopic location. River systems branch in reverse, collecting water from small streams into larger channels as gravity guides flow across terrain. The pattern is not identical in each case, but the family resemblance is real. Branching solves a distribution problem. It lets a system connect one large source or outlet to many small endpoints. That is why the same visual logic appears in forests, bodies, storms, and landscapes. Spirals offer another kind of repetition. You can find spiral forms in galaxies, hurricanes, shells, whirlpools, seed arrangements, and some growing plants. These spirals do not all come from the same cause. A spiral galaxy is shaped by gravity, rotation, density waves, and the motion of stars and gas across immense distances. A hurricane forms from warm ocean water, rising air, Earth's rotation, and atmospheric circulation. A snail shell grows by adding material at an opening, while preserving its general shape, creating a widening curve. A sunflower's seed pattern emerges from growth rules that pack seeds efficiently as the plant develops. These are not one mystery wearing different costumes. They are different systems that can produce similar geometry, because rotation, growth, packing, and flow often favor curved, repeating arrangements. The important lesson is not that everything is secretly the same, but that similar mathematics and physical pressures can echo through very different parts of nature. Waves also cross scales. Ripples move across ponds. Sound moves through air. Light behaves as an electromagnetic wave. Earthquakes send waves through Earth, and stadium crowds can form human waves without anyone controlling the whole pattern from above. A wave is not always a thing traveling as a solid object. Often, it is a disturbance passing through a medium or field, where each part influences the next. This is why waves are so universal. They are one of the basic ways systems transmit energy, information, or motion without transporting every part of the system all the way from start to finish. Sand dunes can form wave-like ridges under wind. Clouds can form rolling patterns in the atmosphere. Even traffic can develop waves of slowing and speeding as drivers respond to one another. Again, the material changes, but the logic of disturbance and response returns. Then there are networks: the internet, fungal mycelium, neuron connections, ant trails, city roads, river basins, blood vessels, airline routes, and food webs all show that many complex systems are built from nodes and links. Some networks are designed by humans, some grow biologically, some emerge from behavior, and some are shaped by geography or survival. But networks often face similar pressures: connect many parts, move resources, survive damage, reduce distance, avoid waste, and adapt to change. This is why some networks develop hubs where many connections gather around important points. Airports, social media accounts, neurons, and trade routes can all become hub-like for different reasons. A hub can make movement efficient, but it can also create vulnerability if too much depends on one point. Nature and human systems both reveal this tension between efficiency and resilience. A network that is too sparse cannot connect well. A network that is too centralized can fail dramatically if a major hub is damaged. Across scales, structure carries consequences. Patterns also appear in the way shapes repeat with variation. Coastlines, clouds, mountain ridges, tree crowns, broccoli heads, and cracks in dry mud can show forms that look complex at every level you inspect. These are often described as fractal-like patterns, meaning that smaller parts can resemble the larger structure in a loose or statistical way. A real coastline is not a perfect mathematical fractal, and a tree is not literally identical at every scale, but the idea helps explain why nature often looks rough, branching, layered, and self-similar rather than smooth like a simple classroom shape. Perfect circles and straight lines exist, but living and geological forms often grow through repeated local processes: erosion, cracking, branching, deposition, competition for light, freezing, melting, pressure, and flow. The result is complexity that feels organic because it was not drawn all at once from above. It emerged from countless small interactions. This matters because it changes how you see beauty. Beauty in nature is not always decoration placed on top of function. Sometimes beauty is function made visible. The branching of a leaf is beautiful because it carries water, nutrients, and sugars through a thin living surface. The spiral of a shell is beautiful because growth preserves form while size changes. The curve of a river is beautiful because flowing water erodes, deposits, bends, and searches for easier paths through land. The pattern of your fingerprints is beautiful because skin developed through physical stresses and growth processes before you were born. The symmetry of a snowflake is beautiful because water molecules arrange under specific freezing conditions. Yet each flake's path through changing temperature and humidity gives it individuality. Patterns appear across scales because matter, energy, growth, and flow face recurring constraints. They do not need a conscious designer in each case to become meaningful. Order can emerge when simple interactions repeat under the right conditions. At the same time, we must be careful not to force patterns where they do not belong. Humans are pattern-seeking creatures. Your brain is built to notice resemblance because recognition helps survival. Sometimes that ability reveals real structure. Sometimes it creates false connections. Seeing a face in a cloud or a hidden message in random noise is not the same as discovering a genuine natural pattern. Science asks a stricter question. Does the pattern repeat reliably? Can it be measured? Can it be explained by a process? Can it make predictions? Does it hold under careful observation? This is what separates wonder from fantasy. The fact that lung branches and tree branches look similar does not mean they are connected by mystical intention. It means branching is a powerful solution that appears in different systems for understandable reasons. The fact that galaxies and hurricanes can both look spiral does not mean they are the same kind of object. It means rotation and flow can produce related shapes under different laws and scales. Real wonder does not need exaggeration. Reality is already strange enough when described honestly. Patterns across scales also remind you that size can hide kinship. A galaxy is too large to hold in the mind, a cell too small to see without tools, a river too slow to watch forming, a lightning bolt too fast to study by eye. Yet all of them can reveal shapes that speak a shared language of structure. The universe seems to reuse certain ideas, not because it lacks imagination, but because some arrangements are deeply available to matter. Branch, spiral, wave, network, layer, cluster, cycle, gradient, boundary. These are not only visual forms, they are ways reality organizes change, and you are made of them too. Your nervous system is a network. Your lungs branch, your heartbeat moves in rhythms. Your bones contain internal structure shaped by stress. Your sleep follows cycles. Your thoughts form associations, returning through memory in patterns that are not always linear. You are not standing outside nature's repeated forms. You are one of them. So the next time you see a tree against the sky, a crack spreading through dry ground, a river bending through a valley, foam gathering at the edge of water, or city lights branching through the night, do not see only separate things. See the deeper grammar of reality showing itself at different sizes. Patterns appear across scales because the same universe is solving different versions of similar problems, again and again, with matter, energy, time, and constraint as its tools. And perhaps that is why these patterns feel so quietly moving. They make the world seem less like a pile of accidents and more like a conversation. One where the smallest vein in a leaf and the largest web of galaxies both whisper the same truth. Structure is how the universe remembers how to become. Ordinary life is built on strange rules. The ordinary morning you barely notice is held together by rules so strange that, if you heard them for the first time without living inside them, you might not believe a world like this could feel normal. You wake, breathe, stand, walk, drink water, recognize your room, follow time, trust the floor, use light, hear voices, feel warmth, remember your name, and move through the day as if reality were simple. But almost every ordinary act depends on hidden principles that are anything but simple. The floor supports you because matter holds its structure through forces and quantum rules. Your coffee cools because energy spreads from warmer places to cooler ones. Your phone works because electrons can be controlled inside materials with astonishing precision. Your eyes turn light into a usable scene. Your ears turn pressure changes into meaning. Your skin reads resistance, texture, temperature, and danger. Your brain predicts what is about to happen so quickly that the world feels immediate. Your body keeps itself alive by regulating chemistry, pressure, temperature, fluids, oxygen, immune response, and energy use without asking permission from your conscious mind. None of this feels extraordinary because it works so reliably. That is the trick. The strangest rules become invisible when they are stable enough to build a life on. You do not marvel at gravity each time your feet return to the ground. You do not think about atmospheric pressure each time your lungs expand. You do not notice that every breath depends on gases moving down pressure differences, blood cells carrying oxygen, and cells using that oxygen to release energy from food. You do not see the molecular machinery inside your muscles when you lift a cup. You do not feel the countless chemical signals that allow digestion, healing, hunger, sleep, stress, attention, and repair. Ordinary life feels ordinary not because it is simple, but because your mind has learned to ignore the machinery. Familiarity is not the same as understanding. A door handle, for example, seems like one of the least mysterious objects in the world. Yet to turn it is to rely on metallurgy, friction, leverage, surface contact, muscular coordination, nerve timing, visual guidance, memory, and social design. A mirror seems like a flat reflective surface, yet it works because light interacts with electrons in the material and reflects in a predictable way, allowing your brain to interpret the returning pattern as your own face. A refrigerator seems like a cold box, yet it does not create cold in a magical sense. It moves heat from one place to another using energy, compression, expansion, and the behavior of fluids under changing pressure. A candle seems like a small flame, yet it is chemistry, vaporization, oxygen, heat, light, convection, and molecular rearrangement, all made visible as a gentle glow. A plant on a windowsill seems still and decorative, yet it is using sunlight to help build sugars from carbon dioxide and water, releasing oxygen, moving fluids through tissues, opening and closing tiny pores, and responding to the direction and quality of light. A sleeping person seems inactive, yet the brain is cycling through stages. The body is repairing tissues, hormones are shifting, immune functions are being tuned, memories are being processed, and breathing continues under automatic control. The quiet world is never as quiet as it looks. It is full of rules working beneath awareness. And these rules are not random tricks scattered through nature. They form layers. At the smallest scales, atoms and molecules behave according to quantum principles that feel deeply unlike everyday intuition. At the scale of cells, chemistry becomes organized into life, with membranes, proteins, genetic regulation, energy flow, and communication. At the scale of the body, billions of cells cooperate so completely that you experience them as one self. At the scale of the planet, gravity, sunlight, atmosphere, water cycles, plate motion, ecosystems, and climate create the conditions for ordinary days. At the scale of the universe, stars forge elements, space expands, galaxies evolve, and ancient physical laws shape the matter that eventually becomes streets, bones, clouds, oceans, and minds. Your ordinary life is the meeting point of all these layers. When you eat a piece of bread, you are not just eating food. You are receiving sunlight captured by plants, soil chemistry, water movement, microbial activity, agriculture, fire, human culture, digestion, metabolism, and cellular energy transfer. When you write a sentence, you are using language shaped by history, memory stored in neural networks, muscles controlled by electrical signals, vision guiding the hand, and symbols that allow one mind to leave a pattern another mind can understand. When you feel emotion, you are not experiencing a floating mental mist detached from the body. You are feeling a pattern involving the brain, hormones, posture, breathing, memory, context, and meaning. Even love, fear, grief, curiosity, and calm are supported by biology, though they are not reduced to something small by that fact. The science beneath them does not make them less real. It shows how deeply reality must be organized for them to exist at all. This is one of the most important lessons of strange science. Explanation does not remove wonder. It gives wonder a structure. Knowing that a rainbow comes from light bending, reflecting, and spreading inside water droplets does not make the rainbow less beautiful. It makes the beauty more precise. Knowing that your body is a changing system does not make you less yourself. It makes the continuity of yourself more remarkable. Knowing that memory is reconstructed does not make the past worthless. It teaches you to hold it with care. Knowing that time, motion, Matter and perception are stranger than they feel does not destroy everyday life. It deepens it. It shows that the ordinary world is not a shallow surface hiding nothing underneath, but a calm doorway into layers of physics, biology, chemistry, and mind. The mistake is to think reality must feel strange in order to be strange. Most of the deepest rules do not announce themselves dramatically. They hide inside habit. They become the floor, the breath, the light switch, the pulse, the shadow, the cup, the voice, the warm room, the familiar road. A child can throw a ball without knowing gravity's deeper structure. A person can heal from a cut without knowing cell signaling. You can listen to music without knowing how vibrations become emotion. Life does not require you to understand its hidden rules before you benefit from them. But understanding them changes the texture of being alive. It turns the familiar world from background into mystery. It makes a simple room feel like an intersection of forces, fields, energy, memory, biological regulation, and meaning. It makes your own body feel less like a fixed possession and more like a living process. It makes the universe feel less like a container of objects and more like an unfolding set of relationships. And perhaps this is why ordinary life can feel both safe and impossible at the same time. The rules are strange, but they are dependable enough to create routine. Water boils, ice melts, shadows move, hearts beat, seeds grow, wounds close, sound travels, light reflects, cells divide, energy flows,